I'll make um
Thank you. Pound the gavel. Good morning. Welcome to the December 10th Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. I'd first like to thank our fellow board members around the table and in the virtual audience today. They volunteer their time every week, or excuse me, every 2 weeks to assist in hearing your cases. And also I'd like to thank all the staff who have prepared cases in your behalf. They work very hard in what they do, and we as a board appreciate what they do. So thank you for that. But Sarah, do you want to confirm that city staff are present and let people know about the rules of the hybrid meeting?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'll describe the procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for everyone joining us online, there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know that you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone line, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is announced by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you must turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. Merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For those joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium, which is located to the left of the seating area, when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet that's in the vestibule near the door. If you are here in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, whether virtual or in person, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Everyone, board members, city staff, and members of the public, needs to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. The BZA has set time limits for all testimony during its meeting. These time limits are 15 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for presentations by applicants, 2 minutes for testimony by individuals, and 5 minutes for testimony by persons representing an organization, such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits, such as presentations, photos, or maps, ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. These are typically taken around 10:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 3 p.m., and will be announced by the chair. Those are all of our procedures for today.
That's great. Thank you, Sarah. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff who will be testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your cameras and microphones. Otherwise, please approach the podium. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name.
Sarah Copeland, I do.
James Duddy, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Thank you. Sarah, will you tell us about continuances and or dismissals for today's hearing?
Yes, we have several items to be continued. First is docket item number 1, case CD BZA 2025-137, a request to approve a variance to permit a larger accessory structure in the rear yard, plus any other needed variances in an R2.5 zoning district on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 2446 Lawn Avenue. Staff requests continuance to January 28th, 2026. Item number 3 is case CD BZA 2025-173, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence at a height greater than 4 feet on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres generally located at 3944 Askew Avenue. Staff requests continuance to January 14th. Item number 13 is case CD BZA 2025-175. A request to approve a variance to the location of an accessory structure plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres generally located at 703 East 30th Street. Staff requests continuance to January 14th. And docket item number 19 is case CD BZA 2025-174. A request to approve a variance to required setbacks to allow for a garage expansion on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.3 acres generally located at 10 Morningside Drive. Staff requests continuance to January 14th. And item number 24, case CD BZA 2025-103, a request to appeal a notice of violation related to an outdoor vehicle sales use on about 1.4 acres generally located at 7730 North Oak Traffic Way. Staff requests continuance with fee to March 11th, 2026. So just to recap, that's docket items number 1, 3, 13, 19, and 24.
So again, 1, 13, there's nothing in between those two. What is it?
1 and 3.
Oh, 3.
1,
thank you.
3.
What's the date on 3 again?
The date on 3 is there it is, January 14th.
Is there any public testimony, either in the live audience or the virtual audience on these cases?
There are no hands raised online.
So board members, I'll entertain any motions, remembering that one of the cases does have fee.
Which one was that again?
Last one, which was,
24? Okay, I'll make a motion.
thank you. JS, go ahead.
I move that on docket item 1, we continue the case to January 28th. On docket items 3, 13, and 19, we continue to January 14th. And on docket item 24, we continue to March 11th with fee.
Thank you. Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Those are acted upon. And let's go with the first case, Sarah, whenever you're ready.
Docket item number 2 is case CD BZA 2025-168. A request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.2 acres generally located at 5616 East 27th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Don't have any hands raised online? Okay. Let's come back to this case because we don't seem to have the applicant
Okay,
online. Docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2025-150, a request to appeal city staff's determination to require a special use permit for the establishment of indoor warehousing on about 5.2 acres generally located at 4840 East 12th Street. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no additional hands raised online.
okay, great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say, I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Mr. Rowe?
John Rowe, I do.
Sarah Hanoun, I do.
And Sarah, I need your home address.
Home address is 7709. Do you need home address or business?
It doesn't matter. It's
Okay.
just for the court report.
Got it.
Thank you.
7709 Westgate Drive, Lenexa, Kansas, 66216.
Thank you. And Mr. Rowe, are you speaking on the case today or is,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am the attorney for the applicant here today and would be making the presentation.
great, thank you. There are lists of administrative exhibits associated with your case. You have they're labeled, sorry, I'm almost there. Labeled 1 to 11. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits to hear your case?
I have no objection to exhibits 1 through 6, 8, 10, and 11. I do have an objection to the staff report to the extent that there are some inaccuracies in there. I just list them. They show the owner is Blunt Inc. The owner is 4840 East 12th Street LLC that does business as Apple Wholesale and Distribution. That's my client. They purchased the property in April of 2025, so that probably just didn't get updated.
Okay,
Page 2, there's a reference that the site has been vacant since 2015, and that's not accurate. In fact, one of the exhibits we've turned in as part of our applicant submittal is a staff report and a BZA determination letter where a parking lot was approved in 2018 or 20, I think it was. So, you know, to say it's been vacant since 15 is not right. Page 3, there's a reference to us not having a business license, and we do have a business license. And page 4, there's a notation about building code compliance. It's just kind of a general notation, but I don't know if that, I just want to be clear, there's no building code compliance issue with respect to our application. We're appealing a determination of the city staff. So just kind of seemed a little out of place in this staff report to have that paragraph in there.
all right, I'll note those concerns.
And then number 9 is the PowerPoint presentation. And as I've said in the past, I haven't seen that. So kind of
That'll
hard to
be
say.
part of
Yeah,
Anna's
that'd be- yeah.
presentation.
But it's kind of hard to say whether you object or don't object until after you see it. So.
Right. All right, so noted. Board members, okay, so Anna, do you want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, do you want me to clarify a
Yes,
few
pl-
of those things? The,
Chair, just to make sure, are those exhibits admitted,
Yes,
noting the
I'm sorry, I may
objections?
not said that. Those are admitted.
the property owner information is just whatever is pulled up on a parcel viewer. Oftentimes those records, you know, can be delayed several months. So I was just using the information on parcel viewer, and the building code note in the staff report is standard for all staff reports in case a variance is being reviewed with that particular case, then the applicant is aware that this is providing a variance to the zoning and development code, not to any building code situations that are going on. So that's just a standard thing that's on staff reports, and some other things I'm going to get into in my presentation.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Okay, great. Okay, as mentioned, this is case CD BZA 2025-150, and the applicant seeks to appeal city staff's determination to require a special use permit for the development of an indoor warehouse that is within an existing structure on the subject site. So the property is located in the northeastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And this is a close-up of the site in question. It's highlighted in yellow on our screens. You can see that it is at the intersection of Van Brunt Boulevard and East 12th Street. I also want to highlight this picture, which shows the green marking that runs along Van Brunt Boulevard and East 12th Street down south to the other side of the cemetery. That's directly, runs south along the property, but then to the east of the cemetery, that is just south of the property. And that is a reference for people reviewing parcel viewer, that this property is along some sort of boulevard or parkway, so thus subject to the boulevard and parkway standards. Again, a little bit of case history. So there was a variance that was reviewed as a part of the Boulevard and Parkway standards as it relates to a parking lot that was being constructed. And that was approved. Just because a variance was approved, does that mean that that variance was acted upon? So a variance does not automatically equate to like the business using the site, which is why I made those references further down. But I want to highlight this case history because it does show that staff in the past have seen that this property is applicable to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. Some background information about Van Brunt Boulevard. So this particular property. So it does appear that this subject site was constructed as an industrial type facility way prior to the adoption of the Boulevard and Parkway standards, which means that 4800 East 12th Street would have been considered a legal non-conforming property, which was be allowed to continue to operate. For the Boulevard and Parkway standards, there are certain industrial type developments that would require a special use permit to be established there if established brand new today. Since 2015, from the records that city staff has at the time that I wrote the staff report, the site appears to be vacant, and that's per business license history. So I emailed a city staff member that's on the business license team, and I asked them for any business license that were attached to the property since 2015, especially if they were industrial in nature, to see if there has been continued use of the property as an industrial use since the adoption of 2015. And they did not provide me with any, but they said that there hasn't been any business license attached to the site since then. So we can see just some map images of the property as far back as 2018, where we have no business license. We do see the construction of that parking lot, and it does appear to be in use, but we have no business license for the property, so we don't know exactly what type of use went in. And then we're here today talking about the subject site being used as an indoor warehousing facility. The non-conforming use section of the code also reiterates that if a non-conforming use has been not used for that non-conforming use for a period longer than 12 months, then a property can lose its non-conforming status. So if our records indicate that there hasn't been an industrial use within the property, for more than 12 months, then we would consider that it have lost its non-conforming status. And in order to put a new industrial use in the business, they would need a special use permit to do that. There was, and I'll also describe some timeline factors as it regards to this inquiry. So my staff have described to me that there was a walk-in that came into the 15th floor where this site was discussed. Multiple city staff were involved, where most of them mentioned the need for this special use permit to be needed to cite the business within the property. The applicant described that the property had already been purchased and leased out, and they were eager to open up with that intent of the indoor warehousing use, and and didn't know that this special use permit would be required. They just discussed several options that could be pursued, to get them to their end goal. A temporary use permit could be pursued, and this would allow for time for the applicant to file for that special use permit that was pursued and approved. They could also file for a certificate of legal nonconforming use, which would provide additional documentation for how the business was established and how long it's been in operation, to maintain that status as that indoor warehousing use. So then no special use permit would be required, but we don't have an application for that right now. And then again, that special use application, which would be required to cite the use permanently at this particular site. We have had no application for that special use permit and no pre-application meeting to discuss those details. And we've reconfirmed via email the need for this special use permit, but the appeal for the decision to require the special use permit has been filed, thus we are here today. So some final points to close out my staff report is that in the application, the applicant talks about how they've already purchased the property, they've moved the business in, and they pursued the temporary use permit to cite this there, and am now feel like aggrieved that we're requiring the special use permit since they've already established business. And I want to reiterate that we've been very, very clear about this need for the special use permit, and the TUP was a way, to help expedite the process for them while they work on the SUP, kind of like some collaboration efforts to still understand that the businesses have to keep going, but that we need the zoning approvals to be there as well. So they could pursue this certificate of legal nonconforming use or the special use permit, but that has not been done. And disagreement with the code or lack of due diligence prior to purchasing a property, cannot change city staff's interpretation of whether or not a special use permit is required for the subject property or not. So as a reminder about appeal cases, that an appeal may be sustained only if the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the administrative official has erred. And we do not believe that city staff have erred in applying the zoning and development code to the subject site due to code interpretation, case history of past, city employees also applying the Boulevard and Parkway standards to this property, and also lack of business license records. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have questions of staff? Anna? So to be clear, there's been no business license issued for this property since 2015, basically.
Not that we have record of,
Okay.
or from my communications with the business licensed city staff
Okay,
person.
thank you. Right. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Rowe?
Yes, for the record, John Rowe with the Rowe Law Firm. Address is a matter of record. I'm here today with Sarah Hanoun. She's the authorized representative of Apple Wholesale and Distribution. The owner of the property is actually 4840 East 12th Street LLC. They do business as Apple Wholesale and Distribution. This is a company that distributes to over 1,200 convenience stores in Kansas City and the surrounding communities. So they do have an indoor warehouse operation by which these products are then distributed to these various convenience stores around town. During the business license process, after the property was purchased in April of 2025, this issue about whether a special use permit was required came up, and the city issued a determination that a special use permit was required. And Exhibit 11 in the staff report is a copy of that determination, and there was a previous iteration of that. But it says the property is adjacent to and within 150 feet of a park and a boulevard. That is where the determination came from regarding the SUP. The measurement is taken from the property line to the park, parkway, or boulevard. The division manager looked at the property and the proposed use and determined that SUP is required. Even if the boulevard wasn't factored in, SUP would be required because of the proximity to the park. And so that's where the issue comes in. The city staff is saying that because the property is adjacent to a park, and there is a park to the north, and adjacent to a boulevard, Van Brunt Boulevard is adjacent on the west, but not on the south. That's not a boulevard, that's 12th Street. Because you're adjacent to a park, you got to get a special use permit. Or because you're adjacent to the boulevard, you got to get a special use permit. And therein lies the disagreement over the interpretation. Because if you look at the actual words in the ordinance, and we're going to do that here today, it's pretty clear that the special use permit is not required. So I know one of the exhibits that was admitted is Exhibit 1, which is the zoning ordinance, but I know you physically don't have that right in front of you. So I made a copy of the relevant provisions.
That'll be exhibit number 12, and that'll be admitted, even though it's part of the zoning code. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you.
And then up here, there's going to be an exhibit that I'll refer to, and I'm going to hand that in too. This would be a letter, title company.
That'll be exhibit number 13 when we're ready to, I'm just going to admit it now, that way we have it done.
So the first page of exhibit, what you've called Exhibit 12, Mr. Chairman, is a page out of the zoning and
Mr. Rowe,
development
could
code.
we have a copy, please, for our attorney?
I have an extra. And I emailed these to Miss Nonisky yesterday. So the first page of Exhibit 12 is a copy of a page out of Table 140-1 in the Zoning and Development Code. Table 140-1 identifies use groups or use categories. And if you go down that table, you eventually get to a point, and I've highlighted it there down there at the bottom, warehousing.
Mr. Rowe, we have one member online who I don't believe has a copy of this. I don't know if there's any way to get her a copy in the next minute or
I
so.
emailed the same to Anna yesterday. If there's a way she could send that to Miss Mixdor.
The 450 email?
Yes.
All I have is I'm sorry, I don't have my regular, oh, I see it, okay. These two attachments are the same? as
Yes,
that email? Okay.
those are the two that I just handed out.
I forwarded it to Randy as well. And then-
Randy, it should be on its way to you. If you want to
All right,
let
I'll
us
let you know
know.
when I get it.
Okay.
You see it yet, Randy?
No.
Can you try as well too, Sarah?
And I confirmed it's not in my junk.
Sarah's typing over there to my right, Randy. To go? No filter, Randy, that may have spammed it out, right?
I usually get things from city staff, so I don't think that should be the issue. Is it a really large file? I assume they're rather small,
No, it's, yeah.
like
It's pretty
megabyte
broad.
wise.
It's 1 and 3
Oh,
megabytes.
okay.
You want to share it on,
Uh,
you want me to share it?
yeah, sorry.
The exhibit that is the zoning ordinance.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm starting with.
Exhibit number 12.
It's on the screen.
You see that, Randy?
Yep, I see the screen. I still have not received the email, but I'll just watch the screen instead in the interim.
Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
Okay, so that first page down there at the bottom, warehousing, that's the use. And our warehousing is indoor. So if you follow that box over to the right to where it intersects with the zoning district M1 column, because our property is zoned M1-5, you see the letter P followed it by a bracketed number 2. The P tells us that indoor warehousing is a permitted use in the M1 district. So we have a permitted use. And the bracketed number 2 refers you to a place in the code if you turn the page. So we need to go to the second page. This is 88-140-03-G, special standards adjacent to and within 150 feet of parks, boulevards, and parkways. And number 2 under that ordinance tells you what the bracketed number 2 means for our indoor warehousing. Uses, and that's an important word because remember the staff determination uses the word property. Staff says the property is adjacent to and within 150 feet of a park and boulevard. So this says uses identified with a bracketed numeral 2 require special use permit approval if adjacent to, and here's that 3-letter little word that makes all the difference, and within 150 feet of any park, boulevard, or parkway. So there are 2 requirements. Has to be adjacent and within 150 feet. So if we, and so keep in mind, the city is saying you need to get a special use permit because of the proximity to the park to the north and or the proximity to the boulevard on the west. Let's deal with the easiest one first. The park to the north. The city has to show that the park is adjacent to and within 150 feet of our use. Exhibit 13 is a letter from Cofelt Land Title Company. And I think this is obvious from the staff report that showed you the aerial photo. There is an intervening owner between our property and the park to the north. It's the Kansas City Terminal Railway. And so I had Cofelt Land Title look that up. Exhibit 13, which has been admitted, says regarding the property commonly known as the 9th and Van Brunt Athletic Fields at 900 Van Brunt Boulevard, kind of skim through this. We have reviewed the public records and according to the vesting deed filed May 26, 1978, as document number, book and page such and such, title to that property is vested in the city of Kansas City, Missouri. That park used to be the old KCATA bus barn property. And so I've attached a copy of the deed that the title company gave me showing the KCATA transfer to City of Kansas City. Second paragraph of Exhibit 13 letter. Regarding the property commonly known as 4840 East 12th Street, that's my client's property. Records show title of that property is vested in 4840 East 12th Street, LLC. Okay, and I've attached a copy of that vesting deed from April of 2025 to this letter. And here's the critical paragraph. The property at 901 Van Brunt Boulevard and the property at 4840 East 12th Street are not adjacent to each other and they do not share a common boundary because there is an intervening ownership between those two properties. Based on our research, the property between the south side of the 901 Van Brunt Boulevard property, that's the park, and the north side of the 4840 East 12th Street property is owned by the Kansas City Railways Company in fee simple as evidenced by the deed of conveyance filed March 13th, 1916 as document number, book and page such and such. And there's a copy of that old 1916 deed attached here as well. So to require my client to get a special use permit because of the, as the city staff says, where it says, even if the boulevard wasn't factored in, SUP would be required because of the proximity to the park. That's in error. It has to, the ordinance says adjacent to and within 150 feet. We are not adjacent to the park. And to prove that up a little bit more, the word adjacent is not defined in the,
We can understand that, Mr. Rowe. There's no
Okay.
reason to go over the dictionary with us.
okay, I just wanted to point out, I did provide the Merriam-Webster definition, which the ordinance says that's what you're supposed to look at. Okay, so that leaves the, do you have to get a special use permit because of the boulevard? Now, I think one of the slides that was shown during the staff presentation seemed to indicate that Van Brunt Boulevard extended along the south side of the property, and it does not. The Boulevard and Parkway system doesn't identify that portion of 12th Street as being a portion of the boulevard. So the only portion of Van Brunt that's boulevard is the portion along the west side of the property. And so the question is it adjacent to and within 150 feet? Again, the ordinance makes two conditions, adjacent and within 150 feet. The indoor warehousing use, which occurs in that first building on the property, is over 200 feet away from Van Brunt Boulevard. What is not being looked at is the next sentence. So I've highlighted it down there towards the bottom of that second page on Exhibit 12. It says these restrictions apply only to that portion of the adjacent property, parcel or lot, located within 150 feet of the park, boulevard, or parkway. And that's reiterated if you go over to the second to last page of Exhibit 12, which is 88-323 Boulevard and Parkway Standards. -01 is the purpose, and -01-A tells you where it's applicable, says applicability. The standards apply, however, only to that portion of the adjacent property located within 150 feet of the boulevard or parkway. And they even have a drawing. The page before that, they show a boulevard and then the kind of a heavy blue line on either side of it indicating the 150 feet on either side of the boulevard. Well, if you look at Van Brunt Boulevard along our west side and measure 150 feet east, that's the parking lot that this board granted all the variances for back in 2020. Those folks built that new building that we're now occupying and then came in and said, we want to build a parking lot to serve that new building. Here's the summary. This is part of Exhibit 8, summary of that request. Variance is requested to allow construction of a new parking lot to serve an existing business. Lot is adjacent to Van Brunt Boulevard and requirements of 88-323 Boulevard and Parkway standards regarding location and screening of the parking lot apply. So They got the variances. This board granted the variances for that parking lot because the parking lot was within 150 feet of the boulevard. But the building where the indoor warehouse operation occurs, that's the use. Again, back to the ordinance, doesn't say the property adjacent, it says the use. And the use is more than 150 feet away from the boulevard. So even if you're trying to say you have to get a special use permit because you're adjacent to the boulevard, okay, we're adjacent to the boulevard on the west, but the use is not within 150 feet of that boulevard, and the ordinance specifically says it only applies to the property that's within 150 feet of the boulevard. And if you say, okay, well, we understand that, you don't have to get the special use permit for that. Staff report went on to say, well, even if the boulevard standard wasn't factored in, this is Exhibit 11, an SUP would be required because of the proximity to the park. No, it's not proximity, it's adjacent and within 150 feet, and we're not adjacent to the park. So the end result is we're appealing the determination of staff that an SUP is required respectfully because we think there was an error in reading the code as property and not the use, and then not reading the next sentence that says it only applies to the 150 feet.
All right.
And one other point, there's been a couple of statements made about a business license. I didn't know this was going to come up, but I have a copy of the business license that's been issued to our client. And I think we probably ought to turn that in just to be sure that's in the record. There's our business license.
When, that'll be exhibit number 14, and when was that issued?
That was the day that they gave me the temporary use permit. I went downstairs.
Would you
down-
please speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
yes. Thank you. That was given to me the day that they gave me the temporary use permit, and I went downstairs to floor 1 and
What's the date on that?
Just to see.
it has I would have to pull up the, I'm
Did-
sorry,
Been
on the
reading
date,
this part here.
the exact date that I was here.
This license is effective until December 31, 2025. You have until the last day of February to renew.
I can give you.
Anna, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, like record keeping, I'm not sure why that didn't pull up in
Thank you.
the search. We'd have to figure that out with tech. But if we approved a temporary use permit for this business to be on the site, then it makes sense that a business license would be issued for the length of time that the temporary use permit was active.
Okay.
And that date was August 28th.
When it expired.
No, when I was at, when you guys gave me the temporary use permit and I went downstairs, it was all within the same day on August 28th of this year.
So before that time, you had no business license.
So, before we closed on the building, I came to
About
see-
when was that date? You have to be
that
exact.
would have been March of this year.
Okay.
And I had to come in to the zoning, and I had filed it for 4840 East 12th Street LLC, which is the business that we bought the building under. We were running our business still at 801 Forest property, 801 Forest Avenue, and I didn't want to change the address on the Apple wholesale business license yet because we were not occupying the building. Because once we got in there, we knew that there was some remodeling, some cleaning, and I didn't want any mail or any issues with our business license to get transitioned. So that is why I did not initially switch over our Apple wholesale, and that's why it never got red flagged. But they granted the 4840 East 12th Street LLC to be there within zoning because I had put it as like a real estate office, basically, because that's where we purchased
Okay.
the building under, so.
I was just gonna ask to restate Mr. Rowe's point, if I will. So you're saying that, there's the park to the north, but you're arguing that there is a property owner in between those two parcels, which makes it not adjacent. And then there's the boulevard to the west. And the structure where the use occurs is more than 150 feet, so it doesn't meet the two criteria of within 150 feet of a boulevard and adjacent to that boulevard. So am I restating that correctly?
Yes,
Okay.
the use is more than 150 feet away from the boulevard, and these standards, by their own wording, apply only to the first 150 feet of the property that's adjacent to the boulevard.
I do have a question for staff. Where does staff find information about what is legally classified as a boulevard or parkway?
Yeah, so we use Parcel Viewer, and we use the major street map. So this is a good time to, let me share my screen, to clarify our information. So I searched for Parcel Viewer,
I noticed the thick green line.
correct. And I'll look up this address. So the GIS team would have taken the major street plan and they would have digitized that information and then put it on the map for us to review, quick, easy analysis. And we see here that the designation for the boulevard is wrapping around both sides of the property. So that's how city staff came to that determination.
Not just to the west, but to the south as well on 12th Street.
Correct. And I can measure from the right of way, the property line where the boulevard sits up, and 150 feet, well touches the building. All of the buildings on the property.
Right.
Again, which
may I
explains
address
city
that?
staff's interpretation.
Quickly, Mr. Rowe. we're gonna
Yes,
do something.
the ordinance says that the boulevard is to be determined by the city's major street plan. During the run-up to this hearing, when Ms. Hanoun was dealing with city staff, we thought this 12th Street issue was resolved, that it is not part of the boulevard. And so I didn't bring multiple copies, but I had this in here. I have a copy of Kansas City's major street plan. And then what you do is you go to the back end of it and it lists. When you get to 12th Street from Hardesty to Winchester, Main Street to Troost, Troost to Woodland, and Woodland to Hardesty are the only portions of 12th Street that are listed as as either a local link, thoroughfare, or established arterial.
I believe ours fell within the arterial.
Yes, arterial, but not boulevard, not an established boulevard. So I better get this in the record. Somebody has taken, when they digitize whatever it is, the official document according to the ordinance on how you determine boulevard is this document, the major street plan, not parcel viewer. So
Right.
I'd like to turn this in as Exhibit 15.
Thank you.
The only boulevard that abuts our property is Van Brunt on the west.
Oh, yeah.
Did you want
Hey,
this
this-
admitted as well? My measurement
I
on the
would like
screen?
a copy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna mark
There
that.
it comes.
Mr. Chair,
Um,
shall we admit this
Yeah,
new
this
image
map,
of parcel
that'll be,
viewer with the
what,
measurement
16?
as well? Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to go into closed session. I'm trying to find the wording on that. Oh, right. I move that we go into closed session to discuss legal matters and legal advice pursuant to section 610.021 parens 1 RSMO.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Gonzalo. Please call the roll. Sarah? Yeah, for closed session.
Hayes,
Aye.
McStorff,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're going to step back for a minute and get some legal advice, and we'll be back in a minute. Meredith? Good? Okay. Jazz, I'll entertain a motion come out of closed session
I move that we come out of closed session
pursuant to. here you go.
pursuant to section 610.201 Prince 1 RSMO.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Ms. Wright. Sarah, call the roll on the coming out of closed session, please.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we're back into live session. Jazz, you had some comments you were going to make.
Yeah, and some questions. I guess first, for staff, what is staff's interpretation of the ownership of the railway to the north?
Say the question again.
What made staff think that there was no, that the property was not that the property was adjacent to the park?
From the referencing the email that was.
Yeah, so the applicant here is arguing that the railroad has ownership.
An
and-
intervening
and-
owner
And
between us
thus
and the
like
park.
is
yeah.
a parcel which makes it non-adjacent and thus not applicable to this Boulevard Parkway standards criteria. What does the staff, what is a staff using to, I'm not a planning professional, but when I go into parcel viewer and I go to that railroad and I click on it, nothing comes up. If I go a little bit to the west and on that railroad and I try to click on another portion of the railroad, there is something that comes up. And so I'm curious why some portions of the railroad are showing as ownership, having ownership and being like a dedicated parcel, and why some appear to be basically equivalent to right of way. And yeah, it's just confusing for me. Is this a parcel? Is it not?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So our parcel data comes from the county.
Okay.
So what's shown in parcel viewer is what the county has in their records as being a parcel versus being right of way.
Mhm.
So this, that's, see, part of this is, does the county believe it's a parcel or does the county believe that it's right of way?
Okay. Another question is, does staff have a response, I guess, to the definition of the this thing, the Parkway and Boulevard standards, and why, and does staff have a response to whether that 12th Street section is or is not a Parkway or Boulevard?
Yeah, we trust that the data was, analyzed correctly by the GIS staff to, provide us with this information. The Boulevard and Parkway standards, the intent is to create these long corridors. Sometimes they curve, sometimes they wrap around parcels. So I believe this is the correct interpretation of it, because a document like that isn't going to probably capture every single nuance that it is here. If this was mapped this way, I would assume there was some conversation between park staff and reviewing that document and then digitizing it for it to be displayed this way.
And one question for the applicant. What's wrong with applying for an SUP?
We have no absolute guarantee that it'd be granted. And we've got 15 employees who each have a family, and if it's not granted, where does that leave us?
Okay.
So what was the problem with applying for one temporarily while this issue was on appeal?
Part of it was timing, and from my understanding, SUP takes a lengthy amount of time, and we had already, I'm sorry. We had already notified our customers, and we were having some safety issues within the property, and it was kind of a rush at the last minute to get over there. And so it was a time constraint for the SUP. And so when they granted me the temporary use permit, it was a temporary solution, and it helped with us being able to get over there. And since we've been there, all of the safety issues have subsided. So
This board grants a lot of SUPs. We do it all the time.
We've got others on this docket.
I mean, even today, there's some on the docket.
And we may, if the appeal is not upheld, we may be going that route.
Right.
and
It just seemed, again, without getting into a lot of attorney-client communications, it seemed the logical route. The appeal the determination, because we were not adjacent to a park and we were more than 150 feet, or use, that's the word, not property, the use, because that's what the ordinance said. The use, the indoor warehouse use was more than 150 feet away. We thought that was two simple issues.
Right.
So we thought that would be the easier route to go. Then it seemed the next logical step after consultation with client would be the CLNU and then the SUP. That seemed the logical route to go. And so we're implementing the first step of that. And if it's granted, as the staff report has indicated and has emails from staffs indicate, we don't have to apply for the special use permit. I do have one supplement to
Then we're going,
this question.
okay, go ahead.
You had asked about that 12th Street and it being shown on the parcel viewer. All I can tell you is that in 88-323-01-A, it specifically says Boulevard and Parkway standards apply to all development adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard or parkway classified as part of the Kansas City, Missouri Boulevard and Parkway system and identified on the major street plan, not identified on parcel viewer.
Yeah.
That's the problem here. I think there's a mistake on that
Mhm.
parcel viewer.
Yeah, I understand your point.
So we have some questions that staff needs to respond to. We've spent an hour with you this morning, a little bit over that. You've made your points very well known to us. Again, I echo my fellow board member to the right, Jazz, in saying the SUP seems like the right way to go here. But we need some more information about 12th Street. It's also, we talked about possibly the railroad right-of-way is still owned by the city and isn't part of the park system. An easement was granted to KCT, Kansas City Terminal Railway, in order to allow them to build their tracks through that part. And when Jazz tried to click on the parcel viewer, it doesn't identify. So again, that's a point, Mr. Rowe, that we're concerned about.
Yeah, I would be interested in staff researching those 2 points, maybe dig a little deeper on a continuance, like suss out maybe a little more detail on the railroad front, suss out a little more detail on the 12th Street front, and then we can come back and vote on this next time.
I'm only one board member, but I think the fact that we've spent an hour and a half on this morning kind of illustrates the fact that this is perhaps not clearly an error. It's a matter of interpretation of the ordinance. I believe that there's going to be a motion about a continuance so that answers can be found. But it would seem that applying for a special use permit would probably be the quickest way to achieve your end goals. But again, I'm just one board member on that issue, and I will allow for a motion on that.
How long would staff feel like they would need to dig a little deeper on that?
Gotta pull up a calendar.
Your next meeting is January 14th.
That should probably be plenty of time then. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Do you have a problem with January 14th, Mr. Rowe, along with your client?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Well, then on that, I move that on docket item 4, case 150, that we continue the case until January 14th.
I've got a motion, Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Gonzalo, please.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you on January 14th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Docket item number 5 is case CD BZA 2025-163, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an unpermitted use, junk salvage yard, at the subject site on about half an acre generally located at 2323 Indiana Avenue.
Are we not doing docket number 4?
It was continued.
That was docket item number 4.
That's number 4, Randy.
Oh, okay, sorry.
3 wasn't present.
Okay, thank you.
If you are the applicant or a member of the public who is interested in speaking to this case, if you would please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I don't see a Zachary Davis online. I have no hands raised online. Would you like to move on to the next item?
Sure.
Okay. Docket item number 6 is case CD BZA 2025-166, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to the maximum percentage of pavement allowed for the front yard at the subject site on about 1/10 of an acre, generally located at 3525 Askew Avenue.
Castro, come on up.
If you are a member of the public who is interested in speaking on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do have a hand online from Amy. I'm going to promote Amy to panelist.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, say I do or I don't, along with your name and address, please. Go ahead.
My name is Amy. I live at 3539 Askew Avenue, and I do.
We need your full name.
Amy K.
Go ahead, ladies.
Nadia Castro, 3525 Askew Avenue.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Eileen Laguna, 3218 Jackson Avenue.
Thank you, Eileen.
I do.
And both say I do, yes?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you. Great. Who's going to be speaking on your case? One of the two of you is usually the speaker.
My mom, I'm just translating for her.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a list of administrative exhibits
Working on.
labeled 1 to 11 that are part of your case today. Do I have your permit? Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And do I have your permission to admit them? Yes?
Yes.
See? One of that is a presentation to the lady to your left, Anna, on your case.
Okay, and some additional assistance with Spanish translation should be joining us shortly. So
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to wait or someone to go slow during these first couple of introductory slides.
Give it to the applicant.
I'll leave it to the ladies. Oh, there she is.
We'll have an on-demand interpreter online, and so Olga will sit with you.
Okay.
That's
Oh.
okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
So
Right.
it will be from my computer, right? Or
I don't know.
there, yeah. Do you need to join like a website?
Elward, do I need to swear her in? The interpreter?
What?
One moment, please, for those online while we figure out the Spanish translation logistics.
Mark, I think the interpreter's gonna be online.
So it's an online interpreter, so, okay.
Running through the microphones onto Zoom. So, join him to Zoom.
So kids, we're going to take a quick break here while they figure out the technology. We'll be back real soon in about 10 minutes. So that would be at 10:35. If that gives staff, is that okay for you to take
That's
a quick
great.
break?
Thank you.
I explained it. Is Alex's computer the main
This is the
host?
clerk's.
Okay. Okay.
Too much for waiting.
The hybrid meeting. For who's online. Oh, where did he go?
We can call. I feel like we're like
7 so we can figure this out?
We may move on with another case while we figure out the technology. So the Spanish translator can be.
Love to ever take that. On the mic.
Yeah, can we connect to him on an iPad? And have an iPad? We have an extra iPad.
That connected to
We can bring an
internet.
iPad
Yeah.
out to connect to
On
the
there,
on the iPad. And
Yeah.
then just set it up so it's by the microphone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and so
Yeah.
go to,
have it pulled up.
Thought I was about to.
Okay. We're back into session after the quick break. Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
You Mick- No, the other, Randy Mixdorf.
She said she could.
Okay, great. All right. The interpreter, I need to swear you in so that for the hearing right now. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address, please.
I do, and my name is Maria Coronel. And my address?
See?
My address is Camino a la Campaña 2006, San Pedro Cholula, Puebla.
English for that one?
Sorry.
We have a business address for the
We do,
interpreting
never-
service.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
So here we go with the interpretations, please. Ladies, we have a list of administrative exhibits in your case that are labeled 1 to 11. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Muy bien, señoritas, tengo una lista de faltas que están aquí. ¿Puedo leérselas?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Anna to your left. Please tell us about the case.
Primero está la presentación aquí a la izquierda. Esa nos habla del caso.
Excuse me.
Okay.
As previously mentioned, this is case CD BZA 2025-166, and the applicant is seeking to appeal a zoning violation related to an oversized driveway or excessive pavement in the front yard of the subject site.
Muy bien, esta presentación de CDBC 8 nos habla de la violación y eso es poner concreto excesivo al lado de las casas. Okay.
The site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri.
Este lugar se ubica en la porción este.
This is a close-up of the site.
Este es el lado.
It's highlighted in yellow along Askew Avenue.
Está subrayado en amarillo como Avenida Q.
This is a view of the subject property from Google Street View, dated approximately April 2022.
Esta es una vista desde Google del lugar y se tomó aproximadamente en abril del 2022.
You can see that there's just the front lawn and the stairs leading up to the subject home.
Aquí puede ver el jardín frontal y también las escaleras.
And this is an image of the same home that was taken by the city staff in October of 2025.
Y esta es una foto del mismo lugar tomada por el staff de la ciudad que se tomó en octubre del 2025.
Where the entire front yard has been paved.
Donde se ha tomado todo el frente del jardín.
This is another look of that same front yard as it connects to the sidewalk and the street.
Esta es otra foto del lado del jardín frontal que se conecta con la calle.
Another image.
Otra imagen.
Per the zoning and development code, the vehicular use area, there's a maximum amount of pavement that can be in the front yard, and that is 40%. Additionally, unenclosed parking spaces in our zone districts cannot be in front yard setbacks as well. So due to the photographic images, we perceive to these both be zoning violations.
Aparte de eso, se evalúa que solamente se puede pavimentar el 40% del paso para los vehículos y solo hay un cierto porcentaje que se puede, así que esto presenta una violación a los artículos.
The
Okay.
paperwork that is filed when a property owner applies for an appeal has a bunch of information in it. One of them addresses, what they feel like was the error or the mistake with city staff's interpretation.
Muy bien, el papeleo aquí en el expediente muestra el dueño de la propiedad, tiene muchas hojas de información donde muestran los errores de haber cometido esta y de haber interpretado mal.
Excuse me. The applicant has described that the zoning and development code enforcement officer, has not fully considered the site conditions and why that paved area might have been necessary, that, rigidly following the code did not take into account like their unique circumstances for doing that project.
El aplicante describe que en esa zona no se han considerado totalmente las necesidades, entonces se considera que la siguiente propuesta era por los dueños del lugar para querer hacer esa modificación.
But the legal framework of the zoning and development code, specifically instructs staff to interpret the regulations literally. So we cannot take into account, like private matters or intent or reasoning behind the code. Is if it's more than 40%, then the city staff, is instructed to, cite that as a violation.
Pero legalmente, en el cuadro de la ley específicamente, se tiene que interpretar todo literal como está en la ley y no por el razonamiento de de la gente o de los dueños. En caso de violar esto, entonces los de la ciudad tienen que notificar esto porque no debe ser más del 40%.
And
Es una violación. Sorry.
the review criteria associated with an appeal case states that an appeal may be sustained if the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the city staff have erred.
Muy bien, una apelación se puede aceptar en caso de que el staff de la ciudad haya cometido algún error.
For photo evidence and code interpretation, this indicates that the zoning and development code was correct in applying the applicable portions of the code to the subject site.
Pero las fotos de evidencia y el código de interpretación muestran que el staff está correcto en la interpretación del hecho.
That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Eso concluye mi participación. ¿Hay algunas preguntas?
Thank you, Anna. Does board members have questions of Anna or staff? Anna, can I quickly see the, go ahead, sorry. Interpreter, go ahead.
Correctly.
You speak into the microphone more, Mark.
Oh, yeah, interpreter, go ahead and say what I just said in Espanol.
I don't think she heard you.
Okay. Do board members have questions of staff?
Yes, I have one question. The second point, so there's the 40% issue, and the second point was unenclosed parking spaces not permitted in the front setbacks. What parking spaces are permitted in this scenario?
The zoning and development code does not permit unenclosed parking spaces to encroach into any front setbacks. And I believe the home to sit at the front setback. So there could be no parking directly in front of the home.
Interpreter?
La pregunta era que si se podía considerar otros puntos de estacionamiento. No, no se permiten estacionamientos enfrente de la casa.
Anna, could I see the picture of the initial picture from 2019, maybe? The initial one?
¿Puedo ver las fotos de antes?
And Anna, I can't tell, there's no curb cut there, is there?
No.
Interpreter, go ahead.
Please repeat. I'm having trouble hearing you.
The chair asked if there was a curb cut existing on the property in 2022.
En el 2022 había otro espacio de la propiedad.
Okay.
And I responded no.
Want to give them? Yeah. Ladies, go ahead. Now it's your turn to tell us why we should grant this request.
Ahora, señoritas, díganme por qué deberíamos de aceptar esta petición.
Ok, la petición que yo tengo es porque, bueno, reconozco como ciudadana que no tomé las precauciones y como dice las leyes de ustedes, no leí posteriormente las reglas y lo vi por la comunidad, la comunidad de la comunidad.
Well, my petition is, well, I recognize that as a citizen, and I didn't further read the rules, and I acted on convenience for our community.
And building a new one that lines the property lines. Can somebody
Por eso
mute Mr. Meyer?
The Mike, I'm finding him here.
Did the
El-
board hear the response from the interpreter? But
Yeah.
I heard that. Go ahead.
Could you please repeat the response? I was just hearing the background noise for Mr. Meyer.
Yes, this is your interpreter speaking. I will repeat upon request. He said, well, my petition is, well, I recognize that as a citizen, I didn't further read the rules and I acted on convenience for our community.
Thank you.
El hecho es porque en esa parte de esa área siempre hay problemas. Los días viernes siempre llega un grupo de personas y pasan llevándose los carros porque por si se dan cuenta de la foto, no hay estacionamiento dentro de la casa. Entonces, no hay un modo de estacionarse del modo de atrás ni de enfrente. Por eso es a lo que recurrimos a hacer esa modificación de la casa.
Yes, and the fact is that we have had many problems there because like on Fridays, there is a group of people that come and as you can see, there is no parking space in the front or back of the house. And the cars just fill up the place.
Y luego también en la esquina hay una iglesia y todo el tiempo hay demasiados carros. Hay muchos conflictos con el personal de los vecinos porque no debes de tomar el área, aunque sea la calle, no debes de tomar esa área porque está enfrente de su casa. Entonces, por eso fue el acto que tomamos de hacer. Tenemos 3 carros y es por eso que pusimos el concreto.
Yes, as you can see also on the corner, there is a church and there are many cars all the time. And we have conflicts with our neighbors because we can't take their areas to park our cars. And we have three cars. That's why we put concrete to be able to park our cars.
Ahora, si tenemos el cargo, lo que no queríamos es remover todo el concreto o que nos dieran una opción de cómo poder un poquito modificarlo, ya que pues la verdad es algo como bastante dinero al remover nuevamente y pues es que no hay estacionamiento en esa área.
Yes, and we recognize the charge, but we ask that we are not asked to remove all the concrete or that you give us an option to remove only part of it because there is also a lot of money to remove all the concrete. And we need to have a solution for parking our cars.
Um, so, the case in front of us, what we can vote on is what's called an appeal, which means we have to decide whether or not staff was correct or incorrect in the way they interpreted the law. And yeah, and I'll let them interpret.
I can hardly hear you.
Oh, sorry. I'll restate. Can you hear me?
Can hear you better now.
Okay. So this board has different types of cases that we see, and the one that's in front of us is called an appeal, which means that what we vote on today is determining whether staff interpreted the law correctly. And so, yeah, I'll pause there.
Se llama una apelación y lo que estamos viendo ahora es si el staff de la ciudad interpretó o no interpretó bien la ley.
And there are other types of ways that we can come to a solution for your situation that is not an appeal. But with the case that we have in front of us, our options are limited.
Sí, también hay otras formas de poder solucionar esta situación, pero que no son una apelación, ¿verdad? Pero como están las cosas, las opciones son muy limitadas.
So as one board member, and I'm just one, there's 5 of us, I would recommend that you work with staff to figure out some other way of remedying this that could be through a variance. But to do so, we can hold this case and not vote on it today, and then you can work with staff to figure out some other way to remedy this.
Y como uno de los miembros, ¿verdad? Porque del board, porque somos 5, lo que yo recomendaría es que pudieran ustedes trabajar con los grupos, con el grupo de la ciudad, con el staff, para poder solucionar esto y entonces podríamos poner el caso como en pausa hasta que pudieran platicar y llegar a una solución.
Estaría perfecto, está bien.
Okay.
That would be great. Good.
Amy, you're out in the virtual audience. Do you have comments on the case? I swore you in earlier.
Yes, I am a neighbor and I just want to say I don't mind them having a paved driveway, a paved front yard. I noticed that a lot of people will just park on the dirt of their yard if they don't have a place. And so I found their solution intriguing and I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Amy, and interpreter.
Yo soy una vecina y puedo testificar que no me afecta que ellos hayan pavimentado su estacionamiento o su driveway. Hay mucha gente que hace cosas así para poder estacionar su vehículo.
So my opinion is that we should continue this matter and they work with staff to probably not do a total variance in the state that it is, but reduce the amount of pavement to go for a variance perhaps.
Y mi opinión es que se continúe el trabajo con el staff, con el equipo, pero una cosa que se pudiera hacer es reducir el tamaño de la pavimentación.
Can I remind the board that this is an appeal, so I would recommend not continuing it unless you believe that there would be a reason that you would grant the appeal. If you think that there is another application that needs to be filed,
Okay.
we can work with the property owner on that.
Interpreter?
Sí, sí, yo creo, pues, no continuar con esto, a menos que, o sea, con la apelación, ¿verdad? Y lo que pues, se pudiera hacer también es hacer otra solicitud y trabajar para tratar de solucionar este hecho.
Ok, pero a usted se cuenta que a nadie le está afectando eso más que al staff, probablemente.
Okay, but can you can see that no one is being affected by this, but the staff?
That's not how our appeal process works. So I would entertain a motion if we feel there's another avenue that they could pursue with staff and make a motion on this case.
Bueno, así no es como funciona el proceso de apelación, ¿verdad? Lo que podríamos hacer es cerrar este caso para... please repeat for me, this is your interpreter, I missed one part.
Ms. Mixdorf?
In docket number 6.
Well, hold on. She
Go ahead.
was asking about, she didn't hear your entire response, Randy.
Oh. I think the response we had gotten from the applicant was that it was only affecting the city. And my comment was, I think we just need to make a decision on the appeal. And if they want to pursue an alternate method, they can do that with city staff.
Sí, entonces usted dice que solo está afectando esto a la ciudad, así que pudiéramos cerrar lo de la apelación y que ustedes puedan trabajar de otra forma con el staff.
Sí.
Yes.
Ms. Mixdorf, were you going to make a motion?
I was.
Go ahead.
Okay. In docket number 6, case number 166, I move that we deny the appeal.
Muy bien, número 6, y caso 166, yo niego la apelación.
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Mixdorf?
¿Duda?
Aye.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Your appeal is denied, but we suggest you work with city staff to try to come up with a resolution that you can maybe have some of the pavement in your front yard.
Muy bien, su apelación ha sido negada, pero nosotros sugerimos que ustedes trabajen con el staff de la ciudad para y tratar de remover una parte del cemento.
Okay?
Can you wait for one more meeting, for one more case? A
Oh.
Spanish interpreter?
Okay, yes.
Where we at?
Okay, so number 9 is here, then. Yep, you're done.
I don't know which case is,
Okay.
needs the Spanish.
Number 9.
Number 9.
So if I assume you don't mind moving that one up.
Oh,
Docket
yeah,
item-
that's fine. I'm sorry.
Docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2025-139. A request to approve a variance to setback requirements for an addition completed without permits, plus any additional variances on about 0.13 acres generally located at 401 Lawn Avenue. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak to this case, if you would please raise your hand online. Okay, I have no hands.
Le pido que me hable en frases claras y muy cortas para que yo pueda interpretar toda su información.
We have no hands raised online for any additional testimony.
Ms. Maria, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Sí.
Interpreter,
Yes.
uh,
¿Va a jurar?
Sí.
Yes.
thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address, Maria.
Juro decir la verdad y solamente la verdad. Levante su mano, sí, y también de su dirección, por favor.
Mi nombre es Ana María Cuellar y mi dirección es 401 Lawn Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64124.
Perfecto.
Juro decir la verdad y nada más.
Juro decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Interpreter, do you want to interpret that in English? I'm pretty sure I understood what you said, but.
Repítame su nombre y su dirección, por favor.
Mi nombre es Ana María Cuellar Ramírez. Mi dirección es 401 Lawn Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64124.
My name is Ana María Cuellar, 401 Lane Egg, Kansas City, Missouri, 64124.
Thank you.
I do.
Ms.
Yes.
Maria, there is a list of exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Señora María, tenemos una lista de exhibiciones del 1 al 9 para su caso. Si tiene usted dudas, podemos leerle. Si no, seguimos adelante.
Seguir.
Thank you.
Continue.
Yes. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin on your case. Connor, please tell us about the case today.
Tenemos la presentación acerca del caso.
Today we have docket item 9 located at this is case number CD BZA 2025-139 located at 401 Lawn Avenue. This is an R-2.5 zoning district. The request is for multiple variances to the infill lot and building standards plus any additional variances.
Muy bien, este es el caso. C9, que es en la 401 Lane Avenue. Y se está pidiendo por múltiples. This is your interpreter speaking. Repeat the last statement, please. Requested for multiple.
Share your screen, Connor. I'm sorry.
Thank you for letting me know.
I can hear.
Just a moment, interpreter.
Okay, this is a map showing the general area of the site.
Aquí está una muestra del área general del lugar.
And this is a map showing a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow.
Este es un mapa mostrando el campo, ¿verdad? Que está marcado aquí en amarillo.
This is the site plan that was submitted, and then this is a closer look at the site plan.
Y aquí se somete y se muestra más en cerca del lugar.
This is an image that I will come back to in just a moment after I describe the variances.
Voy a regresar en un momento a esto después de yo mostrar las variantes.
So variance request A is a variance of 1,356.533 square feet to the maximum impervious surface coverage for an infill lot to permit 100% impervious surface coverage.
Bien, aquí se muestra la superficie de 1136 de antes y la de después.
It is a 25% change from the requirement. The infill code allows 75% impervious surface on a lot.
Hay un 25% y hay un cambio que permite un cambio de 75% en un lote.
A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Residential properties within this area and generally throughout Kansas City do not see 100% impervious surface coverage on those residential lots.
Bien, hay sustancial anticipado, ¿verdad? Para esas áreas residenciales, pero no se anticipa que sea un 100%.
¿Qué quiere decir sustanciales?
What do you mean substantials?
Substantial as far as it is out of line with the code requirements and what the neighborhood would generally see for this requirement.
Fuera, generales, las residenciales, y entonces no llena las leyes para residenciales.
It appears this property has expanded pavement and some hardscaping on the property over the past several years, as seen in the orthographic imagery from Kansas City, Missouri parcel viewer, and it can also be seen from Doodle Street View.
Esta propiedad se ha extendido a través de varios años, así como lo podemos ver en las fotos que se tomaron y también las de Google Street.
And I'm going back to the image that I had just described to kind of show this visually. So this is a aerial image from 2016 showing it was all grass, and then in 2018 there was pavement expanded in the rear. 2020 you can see some more pavement expanded in the street side yard. 2022 it appears the grass was subbed out for some hardscaping or rock in other terms. And then in 2024, largely the same thing. It looks like it was entirely paved or hardscaped across the entire property.
Viene saber que en el 16 había más pasto, en el 18 se ven unas áreas más pavimentadas, en el 22 aún más, en el 24 todavía se puede ver ahí pasos firmes y ahora se puede ver que hay más área pavimentada.
So moving forward to variance request B, after viewing those images, it would be a variance of 80% to the standard for the maximum impervious surface coverage within the street side yard to permit 100% of the street side yard to be impervious surface. That is, oh, I'm sorry, I'll allow the interpreter.
Ahora podemos ver las variantes del 80% en comparación al 100%.
Same thing as last time, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as residential properties within this area and throughout Kansas City generally do not see 100% impervious surface coverage.
Bien, como antes, aquí podemos ver el área, la propiedad residencial que ha tenido esas variantes.
And variance request C is a variance of complete deviation to the vehicular use standards in residential districts to permit not landscaping areas that are not used for vehicular purposes.
Podemos ver las variantes completamente fuera de lo que es el landscape o la propiedad, ¿verdad?
Same thing as the other two variance requests. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as residential properties in this area generally do not see 100% impervious surface coverage. From a visual standpoint on Kansas City, Missouri parcel viewer, it would appear that other properties have adequate landscaping in areas that are not used for vehicular uses.
Bien, aquí se puede ver claramente las propiedades, ¿verdad? Y las variantes que normalmente no están usadas al 100% y se puede ver también que se usa en esta vista parcial, se usa en el landscape, o sea, la jardinería o el escenario para la propiedad residencial.
And that concludes my presentation. In your staff reports, there is the additional variance information that touches more on some of these points.
Y también el reporte y el staff dice que hay más información adicional para revisar si gusta.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Maria, why should we, first of all, questions of staff from board members?
De nada, hay preguntas del staff a los miembros del board.
Seeing none, Ms. Maria, why should we grant your request today?
Escuchar su petición hoy.
Porque lo del jardín no fue un lujo ni nada diferente para la casa, fue porque yo no soy una persona hábil para cortar el zacate, porque no lo podría cortar, por eso no lo quiero.
The garden matter is not about luxury. It's just that I am not able to cut all the grass by myself. So that's why I don't want it.
Yo no tengo la habilidad para manejar una máquina para el zacate porque no tengo los dedos de las manos y no puedo andar buscando siempre a alguien que me lo corte.
Yes, I am a person that don't have the ability to use a machine to cut the grass, you know, and I cannot be looking for someone all the time to come and do it. Because I don't have perdón, soy su intérprete. ¿No tiene los dedos, dijo?
No tengo los dedos de ambas manos y me los corté con una máquina del zacate.
I don't have the fingers on both hands, and I cut them with a lawnmower machine.
Okay. I'm just one person, but there's too much concrete in your yard. Something's.
Si yo esa contestación es referente al frente de la casa.
This answer is about the front of the house.
For clarification, so this was initially brought to development management for an addition in the rear is what was described to me in the pre-application meeting. Maria was not in that pre-application meeting. I believe it was her contractor.
Estamos presentando es respecto a la parte trasera. Y así es como se presentó.
¿La parte trasera o la parte de al lado?
You mean the side or the rear?
So in the back of the house, so,
La parte de atrás estaba así cuando yo recibí la casa. Nosotros compramos la casa.
Was like this when I received the house.
Nosotros compramos la casa en 2003. 2003.
We bought the house in 2002 or 3? 2003.
okay.
Estaba así, con ese concreto.
And it was like this, with this concrete.
In 2003, it was like this with this concrete because that's not what imagery is showing. However, I will say this initially came to us for work without permits in the rear of the home. We deemed that based on infill requirements, that it met the setback criteria. However, upon those further review with the pavement exceeding the maximum, we still had to take it through for variances.
Yo tengo las fotos de la casa donde el patio trasero estaba así.
The pictures of the house where it shows the rear of the house was like this.
La parte de a un lado fue la que yo le puse concreto, no la parte de atrás.
The side of the house is where I did use concrete, not the rear.
La parte del lado de la Smart es la que yo sí la puse concreto, pero la parte de atrás no.
The side of the house is marked. It's where I did apply concrete, not the rear part.
So Connor, for clarification, I think what the confusion is when you say back of the house, you're referring to the part of the concrete on Smart Avenue?
So when I say back to the house, I am referring to the east side. I can share my screen really quick so others can understand what I'm describing.
Eso tiene cuando habla de atrás de la casa.
La parte de atrás de la casa, yo vivo entre la lawn y el Bambront. Yo califico la parte de atrás de la casa, lo que está pegado entre casa y casa. Lo que yo construí fue el lado que está a la Smart, a la calle que se llama Smart.
You know, my house between Lawn and Bomber, and what I built is on the smart side.
So I think the confusion here is that you guys are you are referring to the back of the house as it's laid out. She's referring to the back of the house as the area that's, I think, the alley between the two properties.
Okay.
And so-
Dos propiedades, ¿verdad?
La parte de atrás es lo que está en medio de dos casas, lo que está en la parte del patio trasero. Ahí yo no le hice nada.
Yes, the back part is what is between the two houses, and right there, I didn't do anything.
Lo que sí construí fue el lado que está la Smart, a un lado de la casa.
I
Built is what is on by Smart Street on the side of the house.
Okay. I think regardless of which section we're talking about, it's still, no matter what, it's exceeding the maximum percentage. That's really the root of the issue. It doesn't matter to me as much where we're describing it. We're looking at the site as a whole. So.
Bien. Sin contar, ¿verdad? ¿A qué se refiere la parte de atrás o de lado? La cuestión es que se está excediendo el máximo permitido para que esté pavimentado.
Ok, si se está excediendo en la parte de atrás, no puedo ser responsable porque así compré la casa, pero en el lado de un lado sí, porque esa sí la hicimos nosotros.
It's, okay, whatever you mean about side or back of the house, but what I am responsible for is building on the side, the Smart. That's what I built. The other one was like that when we bought the house.
So you have always had a driveway, right?
Yes.
You made it bigger.
The whole house on the back, it was like that. I built the side, not the back of the house.
And we're here because you put more concrete and rocks in, and it was too much.
All right.
And
the area in front of the house on Lawn Avenue, is that concrete or is it rock?
It's gravel.
Is gravel considered impervious surface area?
It is. I can't recall when, but there was a prior determination that hardscaping with rock does not meet the landscaping requirement.
Is there something other than grass that meets that requirement?
I may defer to Sarah on this one for further interpretation.
We would allow, I mean, landscaping could be generally interpreted, any ground cover that's not pavement or gravel. We don't only require grass. I'd have to,
Nosotros podemos permitir que la landscaping o jardinería tenga otras cosas aparte de grava o pavimento.
No se pueden permitir, o sí.
we'd need to look at it more closely to provide more, if you wanted more detail.
I don't really have a problem with the hardscape in front because it looks decorative. It looks nice to me. It's the side on Smart Avenue that bothers me. There's too much concrete on Smart Avenue.
Sí, a mí no me molesta, ¿verdad? Que en el frente se tenga eso porque se ve decorativo, se ve bien, pero sí hay demasiado concreto en el lado donde está la calle Smart.
Connor, based on your measurements, then I guess, or if you have measurements, if the hardscape on Lawn Avenue was changed to something other than rock or other than concrete, would that be enough to meet the zoning requirements?
I would need to run those calculations. I don't have that at this time, the total square footage of the rocked area. Visually, I think it would be close, but I would have to go into Parcel Viewer and try to figure out what the total area of that rock coverage would be.
Sí, si hubiera cosa aparte de rocas o grava o concreto, cree que se pudiera hacer algo, pues yo necesitaría hacer los cálculos, ¿verdad? Y ver visualmente también qué es lo que se pueda poner ahí.
So I'm just one board member, but it sounds like there may be a solution by replacing the rock with a different type of landscaping that might bring her closer into compliance with the code.
Yeah, so if we were to consider the hardscaping to not be considered impervious in this situation, it would bring it closer. I don't know how closer it would be. Like I said, I need to run those numbers. So that would apply to the total impervious surface. The other two would still be where they're at right now.
Sí, tal vez pueda buscarse una solución, ¿verdad? Que no sea roca o concreto, y se pudiera considerar, ¿verdad? Buscar algo que no sea tan obvio, pero de cualquier forma las otras partes quedarían igual como están.
Okay.
And so the concrete along Smart Avenue is what changes the character. That's what's the issue with the character.
Yeah, so
¿De acuerdo?
yeah, so if that pavement in the rear was there previously, it still would have been below that 75% threshold at that time when she purchased the home, and obviously infill wasn't applicable 20 years ago. But the addition of that pavement on the north side, on the Smart Avenue side, as well as in the front there a bit, is what changes the character of this neighborhood as everybody else has it adequately landscaped.
Sí, la parte de atrás que ya estaba construida cuando lo compró hace como 20 años, sí entra dentro del 75% que se considera dentro de la regla, pero lo que se hizo en la parte norte, o sea, en la calle Smart y también lo del frente, es lo que cambia toda la visualización de la comunidad.
Okay.
Okay.
Board members, what to do?
¿Qué hacemos?
Is this an instance where a continuance might be appropriate so that the applicant can work with city staff to find a way to bring their property more in compliance with the ordinance?
Bien, lo que se podría hacer es que el staff siga trabajando con el dueño de la propiedad para poder meter la propiedad más de acuerdo a las reglas.
This is a variance, not an appeal, so we would be happy to continue working with the applicant.
I think that would also allow Sarah and I time to review the language as far as hardscaping is concerned, to better answer the question that you had earlier.
So, interpreter.
Bien, podríamos revisar más adelante sin la barrera del lenguaje para contestar correctamente la pregunta que usted hizo antes.
Okay.
So part of the solution, it sounds like, may be that you replace the rocks in front of the house with something different. However, there is still a second issue with character. And what the solution to that is, I would recommend, as one board member, of working with staff to see if there's a solution to comply with that issue.
Y bueno, en la parte de enfrente sería reemplazar la roca con alguna otra cosa más para solucionar eso, pero todavía tendríamos el asunto del otro lado y por eso usted puede trabajar con el staff para venir a una solución.
How much time do you think would be appropriate to continue?
I will need to reach out to the contractor that I had the pre-application with to just discuss all of this with them as well, as I believe they're not in attendance today.
¿Cuánto tiempo que necesitaría para poder afrontar esto? Necesitaría yo contactar al contractor para tratar de ver qué solución le damos a esto.
Para solucionar lo de la grava.
Come to do something about the rocks, the bread.
So I will be discussing the rocks with my supervisor, but regarding the pavement on the side of Smart Avenue, I would want to talk to the contractor about that.
Y voy a platicar con el contractor acerca de la grava de la avenida Smart.
La grava de la avenida Smart, de la Lawn.
Gravel on the Smart Avenue.
Lawn.
So there's gravel on Lawn Avenue.
Yes.
Okay. That gravel, it sounds like will need to be replaced.
I can take it out as soon the
Okay.
weather change.
So that's one issue. There's a second issue. The second issue is the character of the property. City staff is saying because there's so much concrete on Smart Avenue, that still, even when you replace the gravel, will not fix the Smart Avenue issue. So
Se ve la calle, la calle de al lado, la Smart, hay demasiado concreto ahí, así que todavía no soluciona todo el asunto.
So city staff is going to speak with your contractor to see if there's a solution for fixing the concrete issue on Smart Avenue.
Sí, así que el staff de la ciudad va a platicar con su contractor para ver cómo se soluciona ese asunto de esa calle Smart.
So would continuance till February make sense?
If that's what you guys would like to do, that is
I'm gone in
acceptable.
February. If you need but you got Randy. So we do have 5.
And we do have Michael online. He's just
Okay,
listening.
good.
So
the February meeting would
would
be
be
February
February
11th
11th.
or 25th. What works better for you, ma'am? February 11 or 25?
¿Suena mejor el 12 o el 25?
¿Qué día es?
What day?
¿Lunes o martes o qué?
11 February or
A Wednesday.
it's a Wednesday.
Yeah. Wednesday is okay.
Yeah. Okay. Did it? Somebody? Didn't you?
On docket item 9, case 139, I move that we continue the case until our February 11th meeting.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Eduardo, Alonso.
McStorff,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Right.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
The interpreter, this case has been continued to February 11th.
Este caso va a continuar entonces el 11 de febrero.
Okay.
And interpreter, can you say your full name one more time, please, for the court reporter?
My name is Maria Coronel Everett.
Thank you very much.
Así le entrego.
All done. Thank you. See you February 11th.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready to go back to number 7?
Sure.
Docket item number 7 is case CD BZA 2025-172, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an abandoned pole sign at the subject site on about 1.2 acres generally located at 4531 Troost Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who is interested in this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online to be sworn in. I don't see the name Joshua Kim online. So I'll call one more time for the applicant for docket item number 7. We don't have anyone for that, so we'll go on to number 8. It's case CD SUP 2025-31, a request to approve a special use permit in District B3-2 to allow for an entertainment venue on about 1 acre, generally located 150 feet north of the intersection of Broadway Boulevard and West 40th Street. Justin Smith is the staff planner for this case and also needs to be sworn in. And our applicant is here in person, and we have a number of people, so we'll need to swear everyone in, please.
Good.
It might be easiest for the extra people to be sworn in at the microphone if you want to come up here. And anyone who would like to speak on this case will also want to swear you in also.
The 3 there are fine. It's the 2 up there that we need to hear from.
And just a reminder, please speak into the microphone for our court reporter.
And before we get started, I will note I have to drop off no later than noon. So as long as Meyer is listening in as well, if I have to leave, that we still have a full quorum.
And Myers also got to drop off at noon. I have that new message. So at 12 noon, we will take a hard break, if not a little bit before. All right.
Do we have the opportunity to continue it if that happens?
We'll continue after lunch.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've got all the people here, two in the virtual audience and the rest here. So you're fine if we to push it back to 1 o'clock. So what's going to happen?
If it gets time to voting and we only have 4, we'd need a unanimous.
No, you're going to have 5, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're all good.
Applicants
have two-
typically have
yeah.
15 minutes for a presentation. We have 25 minutes, so.
Yep.
We should be
And we have 2 members who are online.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. So gentlemen, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Kids, there you go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Let's start with this gentleman.
I do, Martin Arling, 8040 North Oak Traffic Way, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Martin.
I do, Ryan Hunter, Hermanos Design, 812B West 17th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Ryan.
I do, J.C. Cerise, 3951 Broadway Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111.
Thank you, gentlemen. Come up to the microphone.
I do, Neil Smith, 3300 Pennsylvania, Kansas City, Missouri.
And?
Bill Nigro, I swear and tell the truth.
Yeah, and your address?
4021 Pennsylvania Avenue in Westport, about a block from these guys.
I understand, Bill. I know who you are. Okay, who's speaking on the case? Martin or Ryan or JC, who's speaking? You?
I'll get us started.
Great. Sir, there is a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 11. I'm trying to verify that real quickly. Take a second. And do you have any questions on those exhibits? And do we have your permission to admit them?
No questions, and you have my permission.
Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, Connor, not Connor, but Justin. Justin, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Justin Smith, I do.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it's going to take me a second to get this. Apologize. Staff report, sorry, there, I had it. Okay, here we go. Less than 10 seconds. Thank you. Okay. Justin, I don't see the exhibits other than number 1 to 4, but which are just attachments. There's a list of administrative exhibits, usually labeled 1 to 9. I will omit the normal exhibits. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, there should be 10 on the staff report.
I'm looking at the staff report. I don't see it, but that's fine. If you say there's 10 there, there are 10. All right. Gentlemen, now that you've omitted the exhibits, Justin's going to tell us about the case. Please do so, Justin.
One second here. All right, thank you. In front of you is docket item number 8. This is a special use permit for an entertainment venue located at 3951 Broadway Boulevard. Subject site is located within the 4th District, just outside the boundaries of the Westport overlay, also in the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. A closer look at the site, highlighted in yellow is the actual parcel.
The screen.
The screens are not updating for some reason.
There we go. We should be.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, so highlighted in yellow is the actual parcel. We'll be focusing on the highlighted red parcel, that is the warehouse on Broadway, which is the entertainment venue. Just a brief history on the site. It is zoned, or it previously was zoned UR for urban redevelopment. The previous plan was for a hotel to be built just east of the warehouse. That plan had lapsed, but it is still zoned UR, and this UR plan only allows 1 use per building. So for instance, the subject site was just only for a restaurant or any uses in a B1. And then, just for example, the property just to the north recently rezoned out of the UR plan because it was only allowed for a medical office. So they rezoned it to a B3 to allow a broader range of uses. And then some history on the warehouse on Broadway. The applicant applied for a tenant finish remodel in December of 2024, so almost a year ago. Staff made a correction to apply for a change of use permit to go from a restaurant to an entertainment venue. After some talks, it was just my understanding that it would be mainly a restaurant with an accessory use of an event space. So the applicant received stamp plans in March of 2025. Later in March, a code violation was made stating the property was running as an entertainment venue with a capacity of 500 plus. So then we gave them 2 options. It was either the first, a major amendment to the urban redevelopment plan, or to rezone to a base zoning and apply for a special use permit, which is the path that was chosen. And so the rezoning was from UR to B3. The future land use recommended mixed-use community, which corresponds with a B3-2. City Council reviewed and approved the rezoning on November 6th of 2025. And then to the special use permit that we're looking at today, no exterior changes to the building are proposed. It's really just to allow for this use, except for a deck. I apologize, there's a deck in that parking lot to the north. And so the first variance request going to CPC was 134 parking spaces was the variance request. 164 is required for an entertainment venue of this size. 30 are proposed. So staff believes that the streetcar and other forms of alternative transportation can help alleviate the need for 164 parking stalls. After CPC, I received a lease agreement from the property owners It's a 2-year lease agreement with 4043 Pennsylvania for 60 parking spaces. The alternative compliance in our code requires that it needs to be in a walking distance of 1,000 feet. It is, so this reduces the parking variance from 134 spaces to 70. The City Plan Commission did revise 2 conditions, or they revised one and added a condition. The first reduced the time period of the special use permit to 1 year. So if this gets approved, they'll have to come in 1 year and renew it. And then they added a condition that the applicant coordinate with the appropriate community improvement district to devise a plan to mitigate concerns surrounding this proposed use. We have received that with the Broadway CID, and so that condition has been satisfied. Then here's just a look looking south on Broadway Boulevard, and then a closer view of the parking lot. And with that, staff and City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions. I can answer any questions that you have.
Any questions of staff, board members? All right. Martin, why should we grant your request, sir?
Well, as Justin stated, we're here for a special use permit to allow for the entertainment venue in what is obviously an entertainment district in Westport. And this property, the only hitch, of course, is the parking. And the owner, who's going to speak on this also, has made efforts to attain additional parking. And the owner of that parking lot, Bill Nigro, is here to talk about that too. So again, it's in conformance with basically what is already occurring in Westport. And it's also appears to be in conformance with what the city is looking into on changing the parking standards. They realize that with streetcar and with the road diet and introduction of bike lanes, that we're moving away from, everybody driving to the venue. So the owner feels like we're making progress here, and it's a benefit to the area. And as I said, he can speak more to that. And I will add that during the rezoning, the city council members had expressed support for the SUP and felt it was in line with what the area plan has for this.
That's great, Martin. Ryan, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I just had a few prepared remarks to sort of add to that. And we'd like to thank Justin and his planning staff. They've been supportive and provided guidance on the rezoning, the special use permits and parking variances that were required for the warehouse on Broadway. It's been a process. We've met with a number of neighborhood and city groups along the way, and would like to sort of share some of what we have and have not heard, from those groups. First of all, as mentioned, the zoning ordinance would require 164 parking stalls. That's a large parking lot for this neighborhood, roughly the size of what's south of Sunfresh, the supermarket in Westport. That's a big ask. We've not heard from the planning department or really anybody else from the city that there's a desire to add that magnitude, provide that sort of parking lot for this project. And we have heard from planning and others, the support for the use of alternative forms of transportation that are available nearby: streetcar, buses, rideshare. The new streetcar stop, for instance, is 1,500 feet away on Main Street. That's roughly the distance from T-Mobile to its nearest streetcar stop. It's near and very usable. And the warehouse fully encourages, rideshare and supports those sorts of things. We've seen upgrades to Broadway Boulevard to provide on-street parking, right? Bike lanes, other pedestrian-friendly interventions. These street improvements up and down Broadway have, I think, been a valuable change for the neighborhood and its businesses. We've heard about proposed changes to the Code of Ordinances to require parking maximums instead of parking minimums. And we think all of these things sort of combined point to a vision of a city with fewer parking lots and not more, and that vision's in alignment with what this venue's proposing. We've met with the CPC, the City Planning Commission, who voted in favor of rezoning special use permits and the parking variances required. They encouraged and required engagement with the Main Street CID, which led to an agreement to coordinate warehouse on Broadway events with the Main Street CID to ensure that security and cleanup will be provided. That was a good requirement, and it'll provide cooperation between the venue and community improvement, the community improvement district. In addition, the warehouse has met with the Heart of Westport neighborhood. They've heard from them both the concerns and support, and have continued open dialogue with that group on how to be an asset to the neighborhood. We've been in front of the neighborhood planning and development committee and the city council about rezoning associated with the entertainment venue and received their unanimous support and approval. And even in public debate, we heard from Councilperson Bunch and his desire, that we not build new parking lots, right, for these sorts of things. So all this in summary is to say that, the warehouse on Broadway, it's an entertainment venue in an entertainment district with access to multiple forms of transportation and bikeable and pedestrian-friendly streets.
Great.
And this proposal is in alignment with that city vision.
JC, what do you have to say?
First off, thank you guys for taking the time today to hear us out.
Yep.
I want to express that the coffee stain on my shirt was not a fashion statement nor a disregard for cleanliness. It was a loose coffee lid.
Okay.
Pardon me.
All good.
But yeah, so when I bought Warehouse on Broadway, it was already an entertainment venue. Had a little restaurant in it as well. We had bigger dreams of more restaurants because we want to provide food for Broadway. I've grown up in Westport. I live in Westport. I love Westport. The food options are very limited, so we thought we could bring a new flavor and a new option in a late night menu. And so at the beginning, the restaurant side was a big influence. Plus we knew that entertainment was lacking in Westport. Westport used to be more live music, more community options, and now it's owned by corporations that only bring in out of state and kind of corporate infrastructures. So we've had local parties for local businesses, celebrations of lives. We're working on weddings. We've got World Cup events coming. We're really trying to brighten Broadway because it deserves a fresh face, and it's been in the decline for years. And so we really want to enhance the community, give a space that's open to everybody. We have all sorts of events or family-friendly events. We've had school rock. We've had the kids come in from schools to play. We really want to bring the community in. We understand that there's a parking issue, and Bill Niagara has been graciously kind to rent us out parking spots, and we're working on getting more parking spots. And so that's a big factor for us, because the last thing as a business owner we want to do is affect other businesses. And so we'd love to work with them to incorporate ways to, help them succeed as well. I mean, we're all trying to just live our dream and live our passion. And so we're doing everything we can, and we appreciate all the support from Justin and the community. And if there's anything we can do to keep this going.
Martin, did you have any problem with the conditions from CPC? Those number of conditions they had?
No problem.
Okay, great. And Mr. Nigro or Neil, you want to say anything? I'm getting near the witching hour.
Yeah, hi, Bill Nigro, 4021 Pennsylvania Avenue. I've lived down in Westport. This is my 49th year of working in Westport. And the first time I was here in the zoning board was in September of 1978, trying to get a beer license for my pizza restaurant, and I had to get a variance on my parking that was 300 feet away on the Mill Street right-of-way. And security has been one of my main focus in Westport over the years. I spent a lot of time doing it, worked with a lot of great people, a lot of great police chiefs. And we judge people coming in and out of the neighborhood on how we think that they're going to help enhance our whole neighborhood. Because when one bad thing happens at one place, it hurts everybody. And hence we come up with agreements in our CID that we want you to sign to uphold a better security for the whole neighborhood. And I know these guys. I know Neil here, Smith, is a seasoned veteran of Westport for, I think I met him 20 years ago when he was a kid. I mean, I still look at him as a kid. But these guys have probably the best security setup of any of the other bars in Westport. Now they currently hold more parking than any other single bar in Westport because they waived all the parking restrictions in 2013 for Westport, and we had such a proliferation of liquor licenses. Now there's way more employees taking up parking spaces that we never had anyway. But these guys are cutting edge entertainment for Westport. It evolves over the years, and if we want to stay ahead of the game, we have to have great new places like this coming in with live entertainment. I did it back in the 90s with the Beaumont Club, and these are the next evolution of guys in to enhance our neighborhood. And I've already been working with them, consulting with them about security and cleanup, introducing them to some of our staff in Westport. And I sure hope you guys approve these guys and give them a chance because I think they're great operators.
Thank you, Bill, for your comments. Appreciate it. Sarah, do we have any in the audience who is either raising their hand in the virtual world?
We have no hands raised
Great,
online.
thank you. Board members, any other questions of staff? Neil, I'm going to let them echo what they've already said, okay? Thank you. Board members, any other questions, comments, or motion?
Is security and the parking issue that's coming out of not the CID, but from you guys? Is that right? Like cleanup and
Correct,
security
yes.
and all
We,
that
we
stuff?
actually have a full-time employee and his entire job is to walk around Broadway picking up trash.
Okay.
That's his entire job is just picking up trash around the Broadway area because I think it deserves it. And so we even pick up trash in front of our neighbors' buildings and behind them as well. So we actually kind of just clean the whole block up because it deserves it.
Board members?
Oh, yeah, and I'm sorry, in security, we have two security teams. We've got Odin Security, which is licensed and bonded, they do, or a bunch of other stores. And then we also have our internal security that monitors the interior of the business during operational hours. But we do have a security guard that monitors the outside area. Because as you guys know, there's a huge problem with car break-ins in Westport. And we really want to mitigate that and protect our customers from that problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, JC. All right, board members? Comments, motions?
I can make a motion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright.
Docket number 8, case number 31. I move that we approve the special use permit along with the conditions applied by the CEPC.
I have a motion by Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Please call the roll.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you for coming before us. To people who have cases today, we had a couple long ones this morning, but looking at the docket for going forward, I think we're going to get through a lot of them. But if you want to not wait and get a continuance, that will be okay as well. We'll come back at 1 o'clock when we'll have a.
Can you make the break 12:45?
I can say 12:45, but I don't think he's ready.
But then if he is, then we can start at 12:45.
Okay. We'll be back at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you all.
Thanks, Randy. Have a great day. Merry Christmas, Randy.
I have 2 hands raised online. I'm going to promote these people to panelists to see if you would like to continue your cases. So I can speak to those people. I don't know that you all, if they want their cases continued, we'll take action after your lunch break.
All right,
So,
thank you.
Michael Wilson and Julie Jennings. Yeah. So Julie Jennings, Julie, you can unmute and then I can speak to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here regarding, I believe it's docket number 16.
Okay.
And I'm an adjacent property owner and on the member of the West Plaza Neighborhood Association Board,
Okay.
and we are requesting a continuance.
The
As
applicant is the only one that can request a continuance.
oh, okay,
So I believe that we will hear that case this afternoon. And
okay.
okay.
Hi, this is Michael Wilson.
Hi, Michael.
Am I just, is there a way to still do my case today since I've been on the whole time? Mine's going to
Yes.
be a quick one.
We will, I believe that we will get to you later this afternoon.
Do you know what time? I'm
I
trying to.
don't know what time. It will depend on, how long the case is before you take.
Do you know how many are before me so I can plan accordingly?
Sure. After the lunch break, we'll start with docket item number 10. We continued number 13. So there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cases before yours.
Is there a way to bump to the front so I can be done before 1:30?
No, we take these items in the order that the docket is printed.
Okay, so I just need to get back on at 12:45 and wait for the rest of the day.
You could speak with your planner also if they have an idea about what time you should rejoin.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Right, thank you. One second. Maria Alvarez, I'm going to promote you to panelist. Yes. Which one?
Good afternoon. I just wanted to know, do you know how many are ahead of me?
You know which docket item you are?
It looks like I am.
Oh, number 21?
Yes.
Are you able to continue to one of the January meetings?
Well, I guess I was wanting to find out if you guys are gonna get today
I
to
think
my
it's
case.
unlikely.
Unlikely?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so will Stephanie just send me another invite or like,
Yes, we can continue your case to January 14th or 28th.
January 14th or 28th? Okay. Let's do the 14th.
Okay. And we will continue you to the 14th.
Okay, is it too much to ask to put me in the first, like the first dockets?
I'll have Stephanie talk to you about that.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, Devin Durbin, I'm promoting you to panelist. Okay, Michael Wilson and Devin Durbin, I see your hands are raised. I'm promoting you to panelist if you have a question about the docket.
Good morning or good afternoon, I should say. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, my name is Devin Durbin. I am here with Bryce Butler. We are docket number 25, and we are here to discuss a residential solar system and its placement. It's imperative for us that our docket is still being met and held on today as the residential federal tax credit for residential solar systems is disappearing at the end of this year. So we really wanted to emphasize, still asking that our docket be met and be presented on today, as delaying it until next year will effectively cost Mr. Butler about 30% of the total contractual revenue of his project.
Okay, I will make a note for the board that you need to be heard today.
All righty, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Michael, did you have another question about the docket?
Hi, sorry to bug you again. I heard someone before me ask if they were going to be, if their case was going to come up today, and you said not likely. Is mine going to come up today?
Can you tell me again which number you are?
Oh gosh, I don't. Did
Or
you
are number
say?
18? I think it's likely that we will get to yours. It will just be towards the end of the afternoon. Again, it will depend on how everything before you, how long those cases take. You know, we had a very slow morning.
Yes, didn't move very quickly. And there's no like priority for the ones that are going to go fast to go forward.
No, they go in the order that the docket is printed.
And you said I'm 18.
You're number 18. We
And the
have
first one up
continued,
after the
we will
break is what?
We've already continued one of the ones before yours. We've had another one request to be continued.
And that would be before mine.
Yes.
Okay.
So
So what?
you are likely number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, number 7 after the lunch break.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yolanda Clarkson, I'll promote you to panelist if you have a question about the docket. Ms. Clarkson, you can unmute yourself if you have a question.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I was set back. Am I still going to be seen today?
It will depend on the board. You know, you were docket item number 2, so they were ready to hear you first thing this morning. So that case has been skipped. They can continue it to January, and if you'd like to just go ahead and have it continue to January, you know, we can do that. Otherwise, it will depend on whether they have time at the end of the afternoon.
Okay, and that January date is
January 14th or January 28th.
okay. I'd like to be heard today if possible. And
You
if
understand you're likely to be the last item.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, then we'll
If I come down there, would it just be waiting until the last of it, or maybe not even be seen?
it depends on what the chair would like to do, because they were ready to take your case at the beginning of the morning.
Yeah, I got conflicted information. It said that my court date was the 8th, and I didn't get any update saying it was, or I didn't recognize that it was today. I thought it was the 12th for this. I got a notice here saying court date 12/8/25, 11 o'clock,
Ma'am, this isn't municipal court. This is the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Uh-huh.
So
And
that
that
would
should
have
have
been a
taken,
notice for something else.
oh, it was for the same case, I think. Uh, all right. I'll just go ahead and uh take it to January 14th. Is that what you said?
If that's what you'd like, we can ask the board to continue it when they come back after lunch.
And they may or may not.
If you'd like it to be continued, I'm sure they would be happy to continue it. They have a long docket today.
Okay. I would like it to be continued to the 14th,
Okay, we will ask them to do that.
and they will inform me.
Your staff planner will inform you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
I'm gonna go mute back here.
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah. They continue to, which would you like, January 14th or 28th? Number 7. Hello, everyone. We're back from our extended lunch break. We're waiting for one more board member, but he's on his way. He'll be here in about 5 minutes. And in the meantime, we're going to act on some continuances. So Sarah, tell us about those.
Yes, so we have 6 cases that have requested, or 5 cases that have requested a continuance to January 14th. That's first is docket item number 2. It's case CD BZA 2025-168. Before I start this, if there is anyone else in our Zoom audience or in person who would like to have their case continued so that you don't have to wait this afternoon to see if you'll be heard, we can continue cases to either January 14th or January 28th without fee. If you are in our Zoom audience or in our in-person audience and would like to have your case continued, please raise your hand on Zoom or come to the microphone on the podium and we can get to yours as well. The ones that I know of, while people are doing that, if anyone else would like their case continued. Docket item number 2 is case CD BZA 2025-168. A request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet on the subject site plus any additional variances on about 0.2 acres generally located at 5616 East 27th Street. We would request that to be continued to January 14th. Sorry, this is going to take me just a minute. Docket item number 5. It's case CD BZA 2025-163, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an unpermitted use at the subject site on about 0.5 acres generally located at 2323 Indiana Avenue. We request that item to be continued to January 14th. Docket item number 7 is CD BZA 2025-172, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an abandoned pole sign at the subject site on about 1.2 acres generally located at 4531 Troost Avenue. We request that be continued to January 14th. Docket item number 17 is case CD BZA 2025-162, a request to approve a variance to the accessory structure standards within an R 7.5 district plus any other necessary variances on about 0.2 acres generally located at 4212 East 104th Street. We request that item to be continued to January 14th. Docket item number 21 is CD BZA 2024-176, a request to approve a variance to the distance requirements for an accessory structure plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.26 acres, generally located at 4933 North Chelsea Avenue. We request that be continued to January 14th. And my understanding is that the applicant for docket item number 22 would also like to request a variance. Is that your number 22? Number 22 is CD BZA 2025-91, a request to approve multiple variances to accessory structures in gravel standards in an R6 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.36 acres, generally located at 5106 North Brighton Place. Would you like January 14th?
I do the 28th.
Sure. So number 22 to January 28th. And those, I don't have any hands raised online, so.
Okay.
I can repeat anything that you would like.
I'll restate the docket numbers for clarity, if that's okay. That's 2, 5, 7, 17, 21, and 22, with all of those being January 14th, except for 22, which is the 28th.
That's correct.
Okay.
Make that motion?
Do we need public testimony?
I do
Yeah,
have
sorry. Is there any public testimony?
I have a hand raised online from Devin Durbin. I'll promote you to panelist.
We have the gentleman there in front of us too. For
Yeah,
comment.
that's docket item number 22, requesting a continuance. Yes.
You want to make any comments or you don't have to? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hey, Devin Durbin?
Yes, I apologize. I have poor signal at the moment, but I wanted to make sure for docket number 25, it's relevant for the residential solar tax credit ending at the end of the year. Wanted to see to it that the docket was still met today.
I think we'll get to 25 if that's what you're asking.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay. Jazz, No other comments?
Okay. I move that on docket items 2, 5, 7, 17, and 21, we continue the cases until January 14th with no fee, and with docket item 22, we continue the case to January 28th with no fee.
I have a motion by Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those matters are acted upon. And that means thank you, gentlemen. That means we go to the next case.
Docket
Sarah?
item number 10 is case CD BZA 2025-156, a request to approve a variance to permit a parking spot in the front yard plus any other needed variances in an R 2.5 zoning district on about 0.7 acres, generally located at 418 Lawndale Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant, I see Ricardo Campos online. I will promote you to panelist. Or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Ricardo Campos has joined as a panelist online, and there are no other hands raised.
Great. Mr. Fernando, can you turn on your camera and microphone? It looks like it's on already. I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Great. And could you state your name and address for the court reporter?
Ricardo Campos, 418 Lawndale Avenue.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Campos. Let's see here.
If the other person with you is going to speak, they also need to be sworn in.
Si vas a hablar, te tienes que también.
I solemnly swear, yeah.
And your name and address, please.
Luis Fernando Campos, 418 Lawndale Avenue.
Okay, great. All right. Gentlemen, there's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled, excuse me just for a second, 1 to 10, I think, but give me a second. I'm almost there. 1 to 10. Their information about your case. Do you have any questions about those? And do I have your permission to admit those?
No, and yes, you do.
Perfect. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Saldari on your case. Stephanie, please tell us about it.
Okay, so we got docket item number 10, CDBCA 2025-156, located on 418 Lawndale Avenue, R-2.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger amount of impervious surface on the front yard and a parking spot in the front yard. This case might be familiar to some of you, but I'll explain the case history here in a bit. So the subject site is located over here. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And then this is the site plan. We got the driveway or the parking pad in the middle. And then we have the green is actually turf. It is not natural grass. So this is the before, and then this is the after. And so going into the case history, so you first heard, this is a newly filed case. So the original case was case number 79, first heard in July of this year. The case was dismissed in September of this year because the applicant did not show. The board had continued the case to allow the applicant more time to redesign and add some grass. So there was some conflicting information between the applicant, me, and another city employee. So basically, the applicant installed the turf under city staff's guidance and was under the impression that their case was closed and that a variance was no longer necessary. So prior to this conversation with the other city staff. The case manager, which would be me, I did communicate with the applicant that turf was not permitted and to be present at the scheduled BCA hearing. But unfortunately, unbeknownst to me, this other conversation took place and misdirected our applicant. And so the zoning violation they have for the impervious coverage is still in place. This did not abate the violation, unfortunately. And so staff told the applicant to file a new application since the previous one was dismissed. And then this is the site plan that was going to be presented to you in September. I'm only showing you this to show that the applicant was willing to do what the board had asked them to do of making like strips and adding some grass in there. So it was their intention to take out some of the impervious surface. But then again, unfortunately, they were misguided and have this today. So we have 3 variances before you. So the first variance is a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit an impervious surface of 100% on the front yard of the subject site per submitted site plan. So the turf, like even though it has the turf, it's still a complete deviation, still 100% impervious. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So although there are other properties adjacent to the subject site with fully paved front yards, they were not permitted and have received zoning violations. Looking at parcel viewer, other yards seem to be code compliant. And can the difficulty be obviated? So the applicant was wrongly advised by a member of city staff the variance is not needed and to substitute authentic grass with artificial grass. So the applicant has, as you saw, already installed the turf following staff's advice. Variance request B is a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a parking pad in the front yard on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Like I said before, there are other properties with the paved front yards that have received their zoning violation. And can the difficulty be obviated? So there is an alley behind this property, but it is unimproved and it is difficult to access and drive on it. So the front yard's the only space the parking pad can be placed, and you saw that it is narrow, so there isn't a way to do a side driveway. And the very last variance is a variance to permit artificial grass on the front yard of the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. It's in our code in 88-425, it does state that, it is in the staff report too, that any surface that's not being used for vehicular use or built on has to be landscaped or put back in its original or natural state. So turf would not comply in this matter. So it does change the character of the neighborhood because to staff's knowledge, other nearby properties do not use artificial materials for landscaping. But again, the applicant was wrongly advised by a member of city staff that they can use authentic grass. That they can use artificial grass and that would abate their violation. And so they installed the turf following advice from this staff member. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Any questions of staff, board members? All right, gentlemen, why should we approve your request today?
We ask that you validate our current driveway as it is, as we did exactly what the inspector asked of us to do, Mr. Aldair. He approved everything and we have video proof of him on the site, telling the person who was installing the artificial grass exactly the dimensions that he wanted. We have a neighbor that has the exact same layout with turf, and he said that he wanted the exact same turf that our neighbor had on our driveway. And so this is the second time coming to the meeting, and we missed our first meeting because Mr. Aldair told us that we didn't have to come to the meeting anymore because our case would have been closed, or should have been closed because he did everything. We followed his letter. We followed his instructions to the letter, and we've had to pay $600 in fees now because we had to reapply and we couldn't get that alleviated. And we ask that you please approve it for that reason. We right now we can't. We already paid everything for the turf to be installed, and so if we were to have to updo the turf, it would or do something about the artificial grass, then we wouldn't be able to do it until maybe next summer or something like that. But that's yes. We hope for you to be able to appeal and to obtain a variance.
Okay. Board members, questions? I'm in sympathy with you that you got false information. You acted upon that false information, and now you're back before us again. But
Is it possible just to do the same approval we did the first time? Just allowing them to just do the strips?
Well, like nothing was approved the first
Oh, the first
time.
time, okay.
It was continued
Suggested,
and
got it.
dismissed.
We continued and then there was some confusion. He didn't show and then he reapplied.
Okay.
Now we're here.
Yes, we did exactly as Mr. Aldair asked us to. So everything he has to do, we did it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess to recap really quickly, yes, the city, like their inspector who spoke with them, incorrectly told them what to do, and told them that they don't need the variance, that everything's abated. So that's why they have the turf there now, because of that wrong information.
So we asked that because of that misinformation, you would please appeal the variance, if you could.
So, if the turf were replaced with something different, would they be in compliance with the ordinances?
So, like, partially, so like if they were to remove the turf, break up the pavement and put in grass, that variance C, and possibly variance A would not be needed. I would have to, I'm not sure how much pavement, what percentage it would be then, but variance B would still be in place because they don't have
Driveway.
yeah, they don't have the space they need because it's they need about it's a 20-foot setback and then 15 feet for the parking pad, so they would need 35 feet of space to make to park in the front yard without if you don't have a garage or carport.
Yes, we would have less than 40% if we were to replace the artificial grass with actual grass. We have on the site plan, we have the middle strip, which will be the less than 40% concrete, and then replace these two side strips of the artificial grass with the actual grass.
Would the applicant be willing to change the turf to something that's code compliance?
We would prefer to leave it as it is because we already paid to have it all done, and it would be just more money that we don't have right now to break all the concrete and then add the turf. And like I said, we can do it, but it wouldn't be done until maybe next summer because we can't. But our neighbor, has the same artificial grass, and he hasn't been told, and I think his case is closed. So, and then our neighbors also have their cases, they have 2 parking spots, and they haven't, had to go through jump through the same hoops that we've had to jump through. And he let them have 2 spaces, Mr. Aldair did. And then they strangely have the same inspector, and then our inspector was changed in the middle of our case. And so that kind of made things difficult communication wise. And so because of that, we followed his instructions to the T. We hope that we can just leave it as it is what we're hoping for.
I guess my question is, would you be able, not talking about concrete, just talking about the turf, could you just replace the turf with something that is compliant with the code? The example that is given constantly is grass. Don't know that that's the only option available, but would that be something you'd be capable of doing?
No, we don't have the resources to do that as of right now.
Nothing would be able to grow on it. You know what I mean? Since there's concrete below.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know what other options there are.
Stephanie, can you tell if those other 2 cases are closed?
Oh,
His neighbors,
I don't know if
Mr. Deddy.
I don't know if Mr. Duddy knows. I know last I heard those notices were sent out, but those neighbors have not come, at least the CCA crew. So we have not heard from them, but I don't know if Jim has any more information.
They were given the option to join Mr. Campos in the original hearing. They opted out of that, and the cases are ongoing.
They are ongoing? Okay.
Dice que los casos por ellos están pendientes, pero que están pendientes. Okay, well, we hope that you could still, close our case in that instance because we followed Mr. Aldair's instructions to the letter, and because of that misguided information that we received, we we have what we have now in our driveway is yeah. And it doesn't seem fair that because of his misinformation that we have to pay for it now. And he's supposed to be the inspector, so we figured that we're supposed to be listening to him. And he came and he was very official. He told us exactly what he wanted, and we did that.
We understand. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody else. I understand what you're saying. That being said, everyone makes mistakes. I'm just debating if we should potentially go to closed session to get some advice. See any need for that?
I would second that if you want to make that motion.
You need the docket. You need to.
Yeah, I don't
reference this material.
So I'm going to make a motion that we go to closed session to discuss legal matters and legal advice pursuant to section 610.21.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Ventura.
Sorry.
You go to closed.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll be back in shortly.
Thank you. para discutir lo legal. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yo pensaba que ya tenía su. You good? Okay, thank you. Mike, we need come out of closed session. Can we have that
Yeah, make motion to come out of closed session.
pursuant
That's
to?
right, pursuant to section 610 2021.
Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Aye.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we're back into live session. This is a difficult case. You got bad advice, but I don't know what else to say.
Mr. Chair, do we want to perhaps take up the issue of the driveway separately and first? And then based on the decision there, we can offer some sort of guidance or more questions perhaps?
So you're proposing we entertain variance B separate from variance A and C?
Yeah. Because they seem to be two separate questions. I know that they're related, but if there's no driveway allowed at all, my understanding is that they have to remove everything anyway, right? So we should probably just take up whether or not they could have a driveway first.
As one board member, I am perfectly fine with variance B. I'm much less comfortable with variance A and C, and I think on the initial case, we expressed that as a board and wanted to have the applicant come back with a revised plan for that. This new state does not feel like it's in the spirit of that. It feels very similar to the initial plan. So personally, I would be in support of variance B.
And gentlemen, you said that you might be able to deal with these artificial turf sometime later in the summer. Is that what I hear you saying?
We prefer to leave it as it is because we were completely open to that at first, but now that we've spent all the money on having the turf installed and labor, we can't right now, no.
Okay. Well, gentlemen and ladies, any the discussion or?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think I'd like to make a motion to grant variance B in case CD BZA 2025-00156-4, or that's their address.
All right.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Meyer.
Hayes.
Oh, hey, I thought it was down there. I thought he said it. Sorry, Jazz. Mr. Hayes, second to that.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. So that's been approved.
Mr. Campos, that means that you can have a driveway in front of your house. So that issue is, I believe, settled. The second issue is how big that driveway can be. Based upon the information that you've given us today, I'm just one board member, but I think that my recommendation would be that you work with city staff to see if you can come up with a solution to make that driveway comply with the city ordinance. I hear that you are saying that you wouldn't be able to do anything about that for some time, perhaps 3 or 4 months or sometime in the summer. So as one board member, I think I would suggest continuing the decision on variances A and C until perhaps July in order to give the applicant time to discuss their options with city staff.
Gentlemen, your comments?
Yeah, de que hablemos con la ciudad y hablemos para ver si hay una solución sobre el tamaño del estacionamiento.
So we do have to take out the turf, and we do have to re-drill or like tear up the concrete and put grass. Like that there's no way out of that, is what
I
you're
think
guys.
you'd have to discuss that with city staff and get a resolution to that. But as of the way I read the code, sir, yes, that would have to be done.
We can either at this board, the people in front of you, we can either vote on you being able to pave your whole front yard today, or we can continue it and you can get something in between the code and your current state and vote on it later so that it's bigger than the code allows, but smaller than it currently is. So if you want us to vote on how it is today, that's something we can vote on. I'm skeptical at the impression I get from my fellow board members is that that would not pass, but it's either that or we can continue into the summer and you can come up with something else down the line.
Acá los hizo romper el concreto y pusieron otra vez concreto y solo 3 pies dejaron de pasto normal.
Solo
Eso
que,
es que quieren.
no, solo que están diciendo es que hablemos, que esperemos hasta julio. So I'm explaining this to my mother, yes. Give me just
Yeah,
one
no
second.
problem.
Thank you. Sí, lo que quieren es que esperemos hasta julio, que tenemos una continuación hasta julio, porque ya aprobaron que tengamos un estacionamiento. Ahora eso ahora solo es qué tan grande puede ser. Entonces que hablemos con la ciudad, la ciudad y que haremos algo que es un poquito más grande de lo que deja. Entonces yo digo que es mejor que continuemos hasta julio.
Okay.
Yes, the continues until July would be fine. We can work with the staff, city staff, to see if there's something we can work with in between what we have now, and hopefully something more feasible.
Tenemos que seguir las instrucciones
So-
del inspector,
so,
sabemos si está bien o no.
In regard, yes, go ahead.
Would we have the same inspector or do you know how that would be?
La casa de aquí les dejó meter 2 parking y metieron otra vez concreto.
Because the same inspector
Casa a la izquierda.
approved the property to the left of us.
Gastaron
Yeah,
$6,000.
they approved Mr. Aldell approved 2 parking spaces for the house to the left of us to the left of us.
Now, on the variances, you would be working.
Gastaron $6,000 en poner concreto otra vez.
So I would not proceed until you get the AOK from Ms. Saldari here.
Mr. Campos, I think as one board member, my understanding of the ordinance is that it's very difficult to grant
que
a
no queremos gastar
100%
con más.
variation by allowing the entire front of your yard to be cement. And
Yes.
so I understand the hardship that you're explaining regarding the information you were given and the money that you've spent. However, my understanding of the ordinance as one board member is that that cannot necessarily form the basis of granting you a complete variance. I also hear that you're saying that there are neighbors who have similar issues. Earlier in the session, it was on the record that those neighbors are still dealing with their violations, and those violations are still being investigated and dealt with. So in a question of fairness, you are not the only one who is having to go through this process. They will also have to go through this process.
I see. Okay. So my question is, will we have to, or is it something that we can decide on today if we'll have to pay for that ourselves? Like because of Mr. Aldero's negligence, we invested and we put money into our property that we would have 100% would have rather have already have the concrete taken out and put in grass. It's just a matter, the correct way is just a matter that we already have the finished product, and so we're kind of wondering if it's the city staff that we work with, if they'll be lenient towards us maybe just keeping it the way that it is, or how much of this turf will we have to remove at the end of the day.
Excuse me.
Yes.
We can't judge on that today, sir. That's why you need to work with Ms. Saldari and city staff and come up with a plan with them, not with us.
Ese es el plan que tenemos que tener con la señorita Sadari y la ciudad, no con ellos ahorita en este momento. Okay.
Good. So we're thinking about continuing your case to sometime in July.
Yeah, the dates are the 8th
July
or the
8th.
22nd.
No, there is not a 22nd meeting.
that's
It's July
right.
8th.
So July 18. Because
Eight.
the
8.
8th, okay.
El 8 de julio.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go
No
ahead.
tenemos
On
que
docket
volver a
item
hablar.
10, case 156, I move that we continue the case until July 8th.
No.
Motion by Mr. Hayes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Meyer.
8 de julio es
Right?
miércoles.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. You have until July 8th to come up with a new plan, sir. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Bueno, ya de aquí en julio vemos.
11.
Docket item number 11 is case CD BZA 2025-160, a request to approve a spillover outdoor lighting variance plus any other necessary variances for a multi-unit residential building on about 2 acres generally located at 3939 State Line Road. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant, Devin Coffey, is online. I am promoting her to panelist. There are any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no hands raised online.
Great. Mr. Coffey, could you turn on your camera and microphone, please? There you go. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. My name is Devin Coffey. I'm at 1656 Washington, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey.
Mhm.
There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You may admit them. I have no questions. I also have just a small presentation of some site images to supplement Ms. Nanoski's.
Sure, we'll get to those in just a moment.
Okay.
Part of those administrative exhibits is a presentation by Ms. Anna on your case.
Thank you. As previously mentioned, this is case CD BZA 2025-160, and the applicant seeks variance for the spillover lighting standards related to the new construction of a multi-unit building. So the site is located in Midtown, excuse me, of Kansas City, Missouri. But more specifically, it is along 39th Street, right on the edge of State Line Road, adjacent to the KU Med medical campus. So there is a project for a multi-unit residential building that has recently been constructed that is currently on the site today. These are some images that were provided from the applicant. Two on the left, more specifically as it relates to the lighting standards. And they've got more images in their packet, which is attached to the staff report, so you can understand the lighting situation for the area. As I mentioned before, this is immediately adjacent to the KU Med campus, so it is a very bright area. 39th Street is a widely used, commercial corridor. There's lots of bars and restaurants there. That side of 39th Street is also fairly lit. And then the image on the right is just of the apartment complex in general during the daytime, so you can see the difference. So according to our code, spillover light, so any lighting that is produced on the outside of the building, whether it's the fixtures attached to the building or within a parking lot, they may not exceed 0.186 foot candles onto any R-zoned property, or 1 foot candle onto public rights of way, like a sidewalk or a street. And I reoriented this image so north is on our left, to show you where aspects of their lighting plan exceeds some of those spillover requirements. So this is specifically as it relates to near one of the parking garage entrances, and then that northern property line, and then a corner of the building near an existing residential structure. So how substantial is this in relation to the requirement? There's a wide range of spillover lighting here, as low as 0.2 and as high as 16. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, considering the previous use was just a parking lot. However, city staff does not consider this to be a substantial change. It is a change, but not a substantial change, considering the nearby commercial corridor and the hospital campus. And then can the difficulty be obviated through any other change of design? Yes, the outdoor lighting plan could be updated. So here is a visual representation again of what I was talking about. KU Medical Campus directly to the west. And then we've got the existing commercial buildings to the north. Though they are commercial buildings, they are zoned R, so that lighting standard of like the lower foot candles applies to that property line right there. Even though it shares the same zoning designation as the subject building and they are commercial in nature, it's still an R zoned property, so it would have to comply with that 0.186 foot candles, which is difficult for a large building. So now I'm going into the review criteria. The first being the strict applicability or application of the zoning development code and whether or not that results in an unnecessary hardship for the property owner. That would not be occurring for properties, same zoning district, same situation. So the strict application of the zoning and development code is not resulting in an unnecessary hardship. However, from just the development side of things, we understand that it is common for large-scale multi-unit residential complexes to prioritize lighting that is brighter in order to provide for additional safety measurements for the residents. Review criteria B is about the relevant purposes of the zoning development code. So why do these regulations exist? We regulate outdoor lighting standards in order to regulate lighting pollution. This is most important, especially for R-zoned properties, when you're thinking about people living in their homes and sleeping at night, and making sure that things aren't too bright for that situation. And then review criteria C is, will there be substantial justice done, either if you're considering the public benefit that is secured by upholding the zoning and development code versus the hardship imposed on the property owner. So if the variances are approved, then the project would be able to pursue the lighting that they have installed based off of like that intent behind the original building. If the variances are denied, then the project would have to adjust those long-term lighting plans for the building. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions? And to be clear, Anna, across the street is, of course, the state of Kansas, but there's no residential across the street.
Let me pull that back up. Oop. Okay, so there is residential to like, residential in the sense of like residential structures, because as I mentioned before, for some reason, the commercial buildings to the north are zoned residential, but there are residential homes to the east and to the south of the property. And those lighting standards, other than this little blip on the corner here where the building is notched out, all comply with the spillover lighting regulations.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions from staff? All right, Ms. Coffey, why should we grant your request?
Well, I'm going to start with a caveat. I'm a developer. I'm not a lighting engineer, and I'm working from the review that our lighting engineer provided both to Anna and us on this. The issue that we believe is really the burden here for our project is that the city's code is in direct conflict, it appears, with the NEC, the National Lighting Code, and the IBC, which is like an international code, I believe. So the NEC states that emergency illumination shall include means of egress lighting. On the site plan that Anna presented, you can see that the north side of the building was highlighted, as well as the northwest side, which is where the lobby is. These are all paths of egress that are impacted by this enforcement of the city code, again, which we believe is in direct conflict with national requirements for safety lighting for exit and egress pathways. We believe that this this code, I think the city's code, was established or changed after we submitted our permits, and we were approved prior. I don't know this for 100% certainty, but I think our engineer told us that these codes were put in place as a result of the Cascades project on the plaza, which was developed later. And so we're kind of we were informed of this after the project was already approved and our lighting plan was done, and we have all these these systems in place to provide what we think is safety for our residents. And again, it meets the national guidelines. I would say that along the east side of the building, where it is mostly residential, the Bell Street side is where the homes are, the true residential homes that are on the east side of Bell Street, opposite of our project. That side of the street, in my opinion, as a single woman that would be potentially walking up and down that street, is very dark. The areas where there is the most lighting, and I think where the excessive lighting really exists, is in the north side of the property, which is between us and that commercial. And I would be curious to understand if the spillover lighting calculation that represented 16-foot candles, how you would differentiate that from the floodlights that exist on those commercial buildings that are north of us. I would point out in the photos that Anna showed, which I also have the same photos included in my presentation, so I don't want to duplicate, as I know we're running short on time today, but our lighting fixtures are designed to direct the light downward. So they have kind of like a cover so that the light is not shining out away from the building, it's shining down to the egress path. Whereas it's the buildings next to us and across from us that have just a traditional floodlight that's just blasting light into the area. So I'm not really clear how you would be able to measure what our project is contributing to that flood of light that exists in those areas, how you would differentiate between the two lighting sources. Again, I could just show that in the photos that I have in my presentation that were also included in Anna's, that the nature of our fixtures are such that they are directed straight down. One other thing to mention was that there are, on that west side of the property between us and KU Med, there were 4 streetlights that were in existence before our project was approved. And as a condition of our approval, I believe it was in our development agreement, we were required by the city to replace those lights with some sort of street lighting, which we installed 4 little, they're probably 3-foot high, like pillar type lights that, again, they shine down, but they have been flagged in this code violation as not meeting code because they're in the right of way. Yet we were required as part of our development agreement to replace those 4 streetlights. So I just think we have some conflicting, feedback here, and ultimately we want to make sure we do what's right for our residents and make sure that the egress paths are lit in case of an emergency. We cannot rely on the neighboring properties' floodlights to provide that egress, because if there is some sort of a failure and their stuff doesn't work, we have to have our own safety lighting systems available to protect, our residents' safety. I think that's it for me.
Okay. Board members, any questions of Ms. Coffey?
The streetlights you were just speaking of, those are on your approved plans that you said are
Yeah.
also listed, or no?
Yeah, everything was approved, and then the code changed after we were approved, and we didn't find out about it until we were going through trying to get our certificate of occupancy.
Okay, okay. When did code change?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I can, provide some clarity on that. So these regulations for the spillover light have existed since it seems like about 2017. And the development plan for this project was processed in 2021. And in that staff report, it's mentioned that a variance is going to be needed for the spillover light, according to those documents, and that carried through over through the building permit submission as well.
Then I would apologize. I'd walk that back. I was given some bad information.
Thank you for clarifying. I think lighting is extremely important. Safety of your tenants and the community is very important. So I just wanted to make sure we had the facts.
I do have an image of those kind of, I would call them bollard lights. If that would be helpful, I could throw that up.
No,
I don't need it.
I don't think it's necessary. Okay. Board members?
I can make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright.
At docket number 11, case number 160, I move that we approve the request for the lighting in accordance to the staff report.
I have a motion by Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Your project is approved, Ms. Coffey. Thank you for coming before us. Have a great day.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Docket item number 12. Case CD BZA 2025-161. A request to approve a special exception for the height of a fence in an R 1.5 zoning district on about 0.476 acres, generally located at 3420 Central Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case. You are the applicant or a member of the applicant is online. I'm going to promote you to panelist, Nicholas Baumgarten. Any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands raised online.
Great. Nick, can you raise your right hand to be sworn? Is your camera and microphone on? Can you say something?
Yeah.
There you are.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Nick Baumgarten, 4200 Pennsylvania Avenue, KCMO 64111.
Thank you, sir. There's a list of administrative exhibits that are associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions about those exhibits? And if not, do I have your approval to admit them?
No questions. You're good to approve them.
Part of that is a presentation by Alec Gustafson on your case. Please tell us about it, Alec.
Okay, let me share my screen and we can get moving on it. Okay, before you, we have docket item number 12. This is CD BZA 2025-161. It's at 3420 Central Street in an R1.5 zoning district. The request is to approve a special exception related to the height of a fence on the subject site. The subject site is located in Midtown, off of just one block off of Broadway. It's part of the Citizens of the World Charter School. Here's a closer view of the site. We're specifically looking at the 2 parking lots that are connected to the Citizens of the World Charter school. The one controlling case related to this, it was CDBZA 2025-140. This was approved on November 3rd, 2025. So just a couple months ago, last month. It was approving variances to allow the fence height around the property, around the east side, or the west side and the south side of Armour Boulevard and Broadway. Here is a 2016 Google Street View from Central Street of the two parking lots. The parking lot to the north here, or on the right-hand side of your screen, is the playground, or where the playground will be, and then on the left here is staff parking, I believe. The intent is to fence in this area, specifically the playground area, for protection of the children. Here's just another view of that same time period. This is a wood fence on the north side of the property that is maintained and owned by the property to the north. What they are trying to do is just to kind of match that. So here's just a view of their site plan. We are looking at this second part up north, where you can see the parking lot and then where the playground will be. And then I just brought a zoomed in view of it. So what's in green here, and then what the dashed blue lines. The green is the wood fence type, and then that would be the rendering that we have. And then the blue dashed lines are what are expected to remain. So that chain link that exists currently on the site is expected to just stay the way that it is. So they're mainly just adding that wood fence, 8 foot tall, along the north and east side of the site. And then this is the rendering that was attached to the site plan as well, just kind of blown up for you to look at. So moving on to our variances, this is variance request A. It's a variance of 2 feet to the standard to permit an 8 foot tall fence on the north side of the subject site. This would be a 75% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The fence to the north looks to be taller than the allowed 6 foot height requirement. And the proposed height for this site will be in line with the existing fence to the north. This difficulty could be avoided by a change in design, and the fence height could be reduced to meet the 6 foot height requirement. However, the applicant has stated that the height will provide additional safety for the children in the school. And then variance B is a variance of 4 feet to permit the standard 8 foot fence on the eastern property line. So this is on the street side. As shown in the site plan, this is a 200% change. And again, substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. There are a couple other fences in the area per Google Street View combing through the neighborhood that are of similar height, and this will be generally a nicer quality fence than we see around in the neighborhood, just via Google Street View. And again, the difficulty could be avoided by a change in design. The fence height could be reduced to meet the 48-inch requirement. However, again, the applicant has stated that the height will provide additional safety for the children. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But that concludes my staff report.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Alec? All right. Why should we grant your request, Nick or Nicholas?
Yeah, we're just trying to help the school get a space that's more accommodating for the playground that's there. Right now, they have a lot of balls and stuff go over the fence and get into the street. And honestly, that chain link fence that's there today just isn't as good a quality and presence on the street as some of the other fences. So bringing up a fence that matches the neighborhood and continues the theme and protects the kids better and can continue the scope of what was approved in that previous meeting as well for the other property. I understand the intent of the zoning to try and have a better looking streetscape, and I think we're trying to honor that. It's just a nuance of that height rule that's in the way.
All right. What's the building to the east of this fence line? Is that an apartment building? Nick?
I believe so. I'd have to pull up I don't know for sure. There is an apartment building southeast of it. What's
I'm
directly
trying to
east
see
of
why
it?
you needed such a tall fence on that east side.
It's mainly to keep the playground equipment and toys and balls and stuff in the playground, because right now they have a lot of stuff that goes out into that east side street. There's a street there on the east side. It's not directly against a property.
There is an apartment building southeast, like Nick said, of the site where the wood fence is going to be, but mostly it's parking lot to the east across the street, and then one house.
Thank you.
Did you happen to look if the property to the north also had a variance for this height? And also, another question, sorry to bombard. Remind me again why this would be a variance and not a special exception.
This is a special exception. I think I mentioned, I think I wrote variance, but it is a special exception. And there was a variance on that north property back in 2002,
Not for a fence.
but not for a fence. This was a special exception application. I think in my presentation, I just wrote the word variance.
It is a pretty tall fence. And
is there any issue with the fact that the fence is a privacy fence and not chain link or something similar?
I mean, we would prefer that it's wrought iron or something that's a little bit more transparent. But what we did for the site to the larger site where the Citizens of the World Charter School is, if you can remember, we approved wrought iron along that whole area, but that's also because it was a variance based on the Boulevard and Parkway standards. But this one, I mean, it's matching the fence to the north, though that never really received a variance for or a special exception for that fence. So, but as for your question, we would prefer that it's more transparent, but it's just what they applied with.
Mr. Baumgartner, is it possible for that fence to be a wrought iron fence or something similar?
So what we were working through with the school was trying to put more focus on cost of fence on the boulevard, giving a priority to that side of the property, thinking that the boulevard standards was kind of taking precedent in this property zone. And then we were upgrading the fence from a chain link fence to, we are suggesting updating the chain link fence that is there today to this proposed design, which would be an improved aesthetic quality than what they have right now and in line with what's in the neighborhood right now. So in attempt to make to be able to afford the design increase along the boulevard, we were giving a trade-off to not carry that on this side, where I don't even think there's anything in that zoning that says that we have to go to a level of transparency for this. It's just the height variance that we're really working for. Alec may be able to correct me on that, but
So with a special exception, we look at chapter 2710. And I'm just reading some of the code right now.
I feel like we've approved some taller fences for schools before, but I feel like they were in more of like an suburban context where it's like out in a field or next to a forest or something. It just something feels a little weird and different about it being right up to the street.
I understand the safety aspect. As you know, one board member, I understand what he's saying. I think that's why my question is is it a problem that it's a privacy fence style fence?
So there's nothing in chapter 27 that mentions the transparency.
Preferred.
Yeah, I think you all have said that in the past, particularly when you were looking at fences in front yards, but it's not a requirement.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was consistent.
We will make a motion.
Okay, go ahead and
Docket item number 12, case number 161. I move that we approve the special exception regarding the heights of the fence in accordance to the staff report on variance A and B.
great. I've got a motion by Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ventura.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Simple majority. Sarah,
It's 3 for a special exception.
3 for a special exception. Nay. So he's got 3. Right?
That's right.
Your project, where'd he go? Sorry, your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you for coming
Thank you.
before us.
Thank you.
Docket item number 14 is case CD BZA 2025-149, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence in the front at a height greater than 4 feet, plus any additional variances on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 4932 Northeast Shoto Drive. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. The applicant is online. I'm going to promote Zachary Singleton to panelist. If you are a member of the public, I will also promote the Sherwood Estates Homes Association to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands online. So you have the applicant, Zachary Singleton, and the Sherwood Estates Homes Association.
And could each of you turn on your cameras and microphones so I can swear you in? I don't see them yet.
They're both there.
Oh, they are.
Mhm.
Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Zachary Singleton, 4932 Northeast Shoto Drive.
Thank you.
I do. Norma Smith, 4718 North Gladstone Avenue.
Great. And Ms. Smith, are you for or against this option?
We're for it. We would like to allow him to have the 6-foot fence.
I'll let you testify in just a second.
Thank you.
In the meantime, Mr. Singleton, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
have any questions on them?
No, sir, I do not.
So those are okay to admit? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us about it.
All right, today we have docket item 14, CD BZA 2025-149, located at 4932 Northeast Shoto Drive. This is an R6 zoning district. The request is for a special exception in the amount of 2 feet to permit a fence in the front yard at a height of 6 feet on the subject site. This is the general location of the site, and then this is a closer look at the site outlined in yellow. And then this is the site plan. What you'll see here is different labels on what is considered the front yard, the street side yard. There is no true backyard by zoning code definition, so you have an interior side yard here. This green line here, where the interior side yard is where it's allowed to be 6 feet by right. And then this blue is where the variance is being requested, or I'm sorry, the special exception is being requested for that additional 2 feet. So the request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence in the front yard to permit that fence to be 6 feet in height on the subject site. That's a 50% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. While it appears many properties have fences in a front yard as defined by the zoning and development code, most visually appear through Google Street View to not exceed that 4-foot height requirement. And the difficulty could be obviated by constructing the fence at a height of 4 feet from grade. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions, and I will pull that site plan back up for reference.
Great. Don't forget to share your screen. Sorry. All right. Mr. Singleton, why should we grant, board members, questions of staff? Why should we grant your request, Mr. Singleton?
My wife and I bought this home to serve as a basis for starting our family, and with the additional of the 2 foot variance on the fence, it would give us maybe a little extra privacy, considering we have a bus stop right at the corner of our house that gives clear view into the back, and that would just grant us a little bit more privacy too, and security when raising kids and, getting dogs so they can't jump the fence either. Um,
What kind of fence is it going to be, sir?
we would like a 6 foot pine privacy fence.
Solid? Is there any spacing between the pickets?
No, sir, but we're not objected to it, the idea of it.
I'll say, I drive through this area a lot. And if you drive down Choteau, you'll see that a majority of the houses there have 6 foot fences on the Choteau side. And the problem is they're all through lots. And so this guy's address is Choteau Drive, but it backs up on Choteau Park Traffic Way. He's asking for a fence on the Choteau side, which most of the houses already have in the area. As one board member, I think this is a very reasonable request. He's got a through lot here, and this gives him an opportunity to have something resembling a backyard.
Right. Any of the board concerns? Motions?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. On docket item 14, case.
Take public testimony.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We had Norma, I believe her name was. Norma?
Yeah, thank you. The only thing I
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to add, I'm sorry. The only thing I wanted to add is that Choteau Traffic Way is a state highway, so it has a 15-foot easement from the curb to the property lines, at least a minimum of 15 feet. So there's plenty of line of sight for traffic that are entering or exiting our neighborhood onto Choteau Traffic Way. Also, as the Homes Association, we obtained PIAC funding to put a sidewalk along 46th Street to 50th Street all along, which is behind his property, which is why he's talking about the bus stop that was added there as well. So we get a lot of foot traffic there. So a lot of the homeowners are wanting the 6-foot privacy fence, number one, for noise abatement, which makes their houses more marketable, as well as we get a lot of foot traffic on that sidewalk. And if it's a 4-foot fence, we tend to see people that will jump those fences and gain access to private property, but we don't see that with 6-foot fences. So for that reason, we are encouraging that the city grant this. You have made other approvals along that way. I admit that they're not exactly the same. Usually it's just Choteau Traffic Way in the back and Choteau Drive on the front, where this one is a corner property. But we don't have any concerns with visibility or anything else. So we would like to see this approved as well.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate you waiting
Thank you.
online with us.
Oh, no problem.
I'll make a motion. Docket item 14, case 149. I move that we grant the special exception in accordance to site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you for coming down today. Have a great day.
Well, thank you so
Thank you for your
much.
time.
Docket item number 15 is case CD BZA 2025-147, a request to approve a variance to the required setbacks to allow for an addition to a dwelling unit, plus any additional variances on about 0.32 acres, generally located at 1221 Stratford Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no other hands raised online.
Great. Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Kent Simon, 10520 Pawnee Lane, Leewood.
Greg Shaw,
1800 Central, Suite 203, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. We've seen you many times down here. Who's speaking on the case, Craig or?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, me.
Yeah, Kent. So there are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions about those? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
No questions, and yes, you can admit them.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, please tell us about it.
Okay, today we have docket item 15, CD BZA 2025-147, located at 1221 Stratford Road. This is an R6 zoning district. It is a variance request to the setback requirements for a single-family detached dwelling unit and the existing detached garage, plus any additional variances. This is the general location. A closer look at the site as it currently exists. You'll see single-family home here, the detached garage in the rear. I've got the site plan here on the left and then just a zoomed in version here on the right. What is being proposed is that the garage be expanded and there's going to be a covered roof connecting the house to the garage, which now makes it an expansion of the single family home. So setback issues are going to arise from that. These are some elevations and interior plans. I believe when I had the pre-application meeting, they did say that the upper floor of this, well, I guess it doesn't matter if it's an ADU or not, since it's a part of the single family home. So I digress from what I was about to go on. These are just some more elevations here. You can see this covered portion here connecting the two. The variance request is a variance of 26.5 feet to the minimum rear setback to permit a rear setback of 3 feet 6 inches on the subject site. Again, that's 26.5 feet or an 88.33% change. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as houses in the area are generally appear to be compliant with the rear setback requirements per just a visual analysis of the Kansas City, Missouri parcel viewer. The difficulty could be obviated through change of design, such as, not connecting the home to the detached garage. However, doing so and keeping the proposed expansion for the garage could warrant additional variances to the detached accessory garage, as outlined in 88305, as well as the potential separation distance requirements within that same code section. So what I'm getting at is that if it stated detached garage and they expanded it, they would probably need additional variances to those detached accessory structure standards. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
Questions, anybody? I've got one. So any neighborhood opposition did the Martins hear about anything?
No.
Okay.
I think I don't know if some of them were online, but they said they had a couple, and maybe they didn't wait this long, but they had a couple of the neighbors that were going to join online, but they were with it. They were for it.
Were they in support or opposition?
Yeah, support.
Support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Craig.
Both the neighbors,
Either
east
side.
and west and to the south.
Right. Okay. And that's almost a state line, right? Is that how far off state line is that one?
Very
Kind of
far.
right in between State Line and Ward Parkway.
Gotcha. All right.
There's also a similar structure, just 2 houses to the east or to the west. That is
Same thing. They attach the garage or whatever.
attached garage that's close to the property lines.
Great.
So
All right. Board members, question, comments, and or motions? And there's no public, no hands raised, right, Sarah?
There were no hands raised online.
Ready?
If there are no other questions, I have a motion.
Oh, sure.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Uh,
Modelo.
In the case, docket 15, in the case of 147, I move to grant the variances that are requested in accordance with the staff report
And site plan?
and site plan.
I have a motion by Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Tell Mr. Hodges he needs to come down next time.
I'm actually his son.
Oh, you are?
He's down in
Sorry.
Mexico.
He did Mexico,
Sorry.
so you got stuck with us.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. We missed Dwayne.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right,
Ladies and
thanks.
gentlemen.
Okay, docket item number 16 is case CD BZA 2025-158. A request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller lot area on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an R 2.5 zoning district on about 0.15 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of 46th Street and Bell Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I will promote Julie Jennings to panelist. And Brandon Keller is being promoted to panelist. So you have two people online, Julie Jennings and Brandon Keller.
Great. Well, everyone, please turn on your cameras and microphones so I can swear everybody in at one time. Good. There's one of them. There's two. Please raise your right hands here at the table too. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. We're going to start with the people here live. Go ahead.
I do. Nick Christopher, address 1517 Westport Road, Suite 201, Kansas City, Missouri 64111.
Thank you, Nick.
I do. Erica Hartley, 2125 West 51st Street, Mission Woods, Kansas 66205.
Great. And the two people online?
Julie Jennings, 4520 Bell Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I do.
Thank you.
Brandon Keller, 4733 Fairmount Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. I do.
Thank you. And just to quickly go through, Julie and Brandon, are you for or against this?
Against.
Against, okay. And
I am for.
okay, great. We'll give you each a chance to speak in a moment. In the meantime, at the front table, who's going to be speaking on the motion, at least on the request? Which one of you two?
Both of us plan to speak,
Okay.
if possible.
Somebody's got to answer a question.
Yeah.
So there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have your permission to admit them? Great. No, you can't. Yeah. you
No
gotta say yes.
questions, yes, admit them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Stephanie Saldari, the planner. Please tell us about the case.
All right, we got docket item number 16, CDBCA 2025-158, located on 4603 Bell Street, zone R-2.5, and the applicant seeks to obtain several variances to the infill lot and building standards to build 3 single-family houses on one lot that is to be subdivided into 3 separate lots. The subject site is located over here in the West Plaza neighborhood. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site, and then this will be divided. Here's a visual. We divide it into 3 lots, and this is just a rendering of like kind of like what the proposed houses will look like. And then just a quick recap of the infill residential development standards. So this has been effective since January of 2023, applies to neighborhoods annexed by the city prior to 1954, and basically is to ensure any new development follows the context or fabric of the established neighborhood. And so the intention for the infill ordinance was to prevent residents from being priced out of the neighborhoods and ensure housing prices remain reasonable. So we will be talking about the lot area, lot width, and front loading garages. So quick recap on that. So the context area is all lots within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block face. The lot area and width shall be between 75% and 150% of the average of all lots in the context area. So for this context area, the permitted lot area is between 2,975 and 5,950.8 square feet. The permitted lot width is between 36 to 72 feet. And then for the garages, so all garages visible from the street, so basically from the front yard, front loading garages, however you may call them, are permitted when 51% or more of the houses in that context area have attached garages that are also visible from the street. And for those garages that are visible from the street, the garage door shall not occupy more than 40% of the width of the ground level facade. This is from the ordinance, showing like this garage door meets 40%. This is over the 40% of the facade. This is the 200 feet radius. And then I rotate it to fit it better on the screen. But basically this house and this house, so these 5 are part of the context area. This line touches on that property, like right on the property line, so it counts. And so we have, I believe, variances A through H today. So because there are 3 lots and each lot is asking for about 3 or 4 variances. So we got for proposed lot 1, I probably should have. This is lot 1, lot 2, and lot 3. So corner lot is lot 1. So lot 1 is a variance of 505.4 square feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a lot area of 2,470 square feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 17% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated because the lots are smaller than the lots in the context area, which contradicts the context area. The lot can be split into 2 to meet the lot area requirements. Variance B for lot 2, so the middle one, is a variance of 925.4 square feet to permit a lot area of 2,050 square feet on the subject site. This is a 31% change. Same anticipation that the proposed lots are smaller than what is existing, and again can be made into 2 lots to meet that. And then variance request C is a variance of 935.4 square feet to permit a lot area of 2,040 square feet on the subject site, is also a 31% change. And then again, the lots will be smaller than what is existing. And then this is one of the site plans the applicant uploaded, showing the lot areas. Then we go to variance request D. For proposed lot 1, it's a variance of 6 feet to permit a lot width of 30 feet on the subject site. This is a 16% change. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated because these lots do have smaller width than the lots in the context area. And then again, if they were split into 2, it would meet the lot width requirement. For lot 2 is a variance of 11 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a lot width of 25 feet on the subject site. This is a 30.5% change, and then same as before, smaller than what is existing. Variance request F for lot 3 is a variance of 11 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a width of 25 feet. This is also a 30.5% change. And then again, they are smaller than what is existing. So This is from parcel viewer, kind of like the average. These two are 80. Looks like they were combined. There were two lots combined at one point. But they all average around that 40 feet. And then here we have the lot widths for lots 1 through 3 that are highlighted over here. And then we got two more. Okay. So variance request G. So this applies to all 3 lots. I put into one because it's the same number. It's not different numbers like the other 6. So it's a variance of 11% to the minimum percentage of 51% requirement to have front-loading garages in an infill residential area to permit a front-loading garage on proposed lots 1 through 3. Per submitted site plan, this is a 21.5% change. So the change to the character of the neighborhood is somewhat anticipated. So this infill context area has 5 properties and only 2 of them have front loading garages, which is 40% of the existing houses. And then this is on the next slide just because it was too big to fit on there. So the subject site does not have a back alley or a long enough front setback to have a parking pad in the front yard. However, the applicant is creating their own hardship by creating narrow lots that don't allow a side yard driveway that could access a side or rear loading garage. But lot 1 is a corner lot and could have the garage access from the side or back. And then this is just showing the 2 houses in the context area that do have that garage. Yeah. And our last variance request H, is a variance of 7% or 1.3 feet to the infill lot vehicular standards to permit a garage door on lots 1 through 3 to occupy 47% or 9 feet of the facade width on the subject site. Per submitted site plan, this is a 17% change. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The houses in the context area that do have front-loading garages seem to meet that 40% requirement, and then so the lots are 25 feet wide, and the facade of the proposed houses are 18 feet and 10 inches, which is narrow. The garage would need to be 7.5 feet to meet that 40% facade length, which is a tight space for a car. However, the applicant is creating their own hardship by proposing the narrow lots that result in narrower buildings. And then this is showing the proposed garage door, and then the building facade here is 18 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. A lot of work on that one. Nick and Erica, why should we grant your request today?
Before even getting into that, and I saw you all nodding your head at all the different items laid out with the percentages and feet, so that's great. But I would like to just lay out kind of from our perspective more simply of what we're trying to do for the neighborhood. As Stephanie said, that one of the major intents of the infill standards is to continue to provide reasonably priced housing. And when we look at the context area, we see a bunch of kind of tight-knit homes on generally 80 foot deep by 40 foot wide lots, which when we did the math, that means 75% of that's really a 30 foot wide lot, which doesn't quite math out on our site, but we have been successful with a housing type that is 25 foot wide. And so we wanted to explore doing that for this neighborhood. Again, really to just try to hit a price point that it's reasonable and affordable, as opposed to what theoretically could be zoned is just going bigger. And so then you get into, we do have a unique site that is a corner site that presents some challenges. So there's at least 12 feet of grade change from the rear to the front. So doing a side yard and detached garage gets pretty tricky. Also, we like to do infill development. One of the things we find here is that the soil conditions are often really challenging compared to greenfield developments. And so anytime we're looking at garages that aren't more integrated with a home, that are detached, they get pretty expensive because of soil conditions. So we were sort of faced with, how do we provide a reasonably priced home with a potentially tandem garage that's really close to being basically within the zoning? 9 foot is kind of the minimum to keep people from knocking their mirrors off. We can get by with 8 foot, but that's tight. So that's why we're asking for 9, which you saw the 7.5 feet. So to put it simply, we're trying to provide reasonably priced homes with a 1-car garage to get cars off the street and, do something that sort of fits in with the neighborhood and that's high quality.
I'd like to add to Nick's comments there that one of the comments that was in the staff report that just quite frankly just goes, it's really the antithesis of everything I do as a developer and have started a development company for, was there was a note in here that said the hardship is self-imposed by the applicant and developer because they want more lots to sell, more houses to gain a higher profit. And that's actually not the case here at all. My objective here with proposing this and bringing this to Kala was to bring more energy efficient homes because Kala builds high performance and passive homes, which is a unique product, a more expensive product just because it's superior to traditional building. And so also bringing 3 in, we're able to lower the price point because we can build more efficiently and denser on the same size lot rather than just having 2. By right, we are allowed to build 2 homes and we could do that. And in the West Plaza neighborhood, you see a lot of those modern homes that are north of $1.25 million, $1.3 million. If we were to build by right, that's exactly the product size we would have to build, and that's the price point we would be looking at. So when they talk a lot in here about the context area and the bungalow style, the new construction homes that are in the West Plaza are not being built to bungalow style. They're modern, they're large, and they're expensive. We know that there's modern new construction homes that are built across the street, catty corner to us, at the corner of 46th and Bell on the northern side, northwestern side. And what we want to do is we want to build modern, but we want to build efficient. So we're building a smaller home that's more in the context area of around 2,000 square feet, rather than a larger 2 homes on the site that are going to be larger than 3,000 square feet. To account for the cost of developing on this site. Those are set costs. And so spreading it over 3 actually makes them more attainable. So we were aiming to sell these new construction, high performance Kala homes, again, a superior product in the 800s rather than selling them at $1.3 million for 2. And so these are unique. And the goal of me as a developer is to always bring unique ways to have density without disrupting the fabric of the neighborhood, and that's what we're attempting to do here. So, just 4 quick points. I know we're running low on time, and we've been here all day, and I know everyone's tired. But this supports the citywide housing goals of creating more attainable, energy efficient for sale homes in established neighborhoods. It is actually more appropriate infill, having 3 rather than 2, because they're smaller homes that are more in the context area. It's efficient use of existing infrastructure, and it's going to advance the sustainability and the high performance building standards, that we're all seeking and eventually we're going to have to get to. So these far exceed the current building standards that are required by the city of the 2021 standards. 2 pictures that didn't get included in that were the actual renderings that we have. So it gives better context for the product that we're building. I'm sorry that I only have it on my computer here, but I do think it's important that the board sees that, and I'm happy to pass my computer around.
That will be
Exhibit 10.
exhibit number 10.
Sure. Just for you guys to see, just sort of, and I don't mind holding it up.
Where's that from again?
These are the renderings that Kala provided that I don't think.
For these homes?
Yeah, for these homes. It didn't get, for some reason, they were uploaded on Compass KC, but I didn't see them in the report. But just to kind of show you the type of product that we're building, the materials that we're using are within the context area. And then I have one other angle here as well that just kind of helps to demonstrate the topography and it being a little more challenging, with it being up on a hill like that. So let me just show that as well.
Exhibit number 11.
Just think that helps.
Those are the same 3 homes, right?
Yep. Just helps to paint the picture because the renderings that we had in the original feasibility study didn't show proposed materials or really what it would look like visually for somebody who's standing on the street corner to see what the product type
But
looks like.
Erica, on those visuals that you just demonstrated to us,
Mhm.
sometimes it's nice to have the existing homes that are there on that same block. All we're seeing is your projections of the new homes, not how they fit in with the existing.
Yes, I'm sorry. And there's just sort of white box versions of those in the background, but you can sort of see those, but I'll share those as well. And we'd be happy to provide, updated renderings that show exactly what those homes look like next to it. But yes.
Just helps us understand how they're gonna fit in with the rest of the block. I mean,
Sure, sure. And, I think that, again, I want to just get away from the idea that building 3 is profit driven. It's not profit driven. It's actually driven to be more efficient and be more attainable, because new home prices are just expensive anyways. And it's hard to find new home constructions in the West Plaza that are below $1,250,000. And so for us to be able to come in and find a unique lot that we could, using the infill standards and some of our calculations, they weren't as far off as we had been proposed here. They were a little, we were looking at the minimum lot standards in that area being more like 2,500 square feet. I think we'd been told that our 2.5 is 2,500. So we didn't think that our variances were 1,000 square feet off of that. And so I think we were a little surprised by those calculations as well. So I just wanted to add a little bit of context to our product, the mission, and why we're asking for these variances, and just making sure that, for the record, the 3 houses is not profit driven. This is for the home buyer. This is home buyer driven and the experience for that person.
Do you have any recent sales data for other houses in that neighborhood?
New home construction?
No, for the existing homes in that neighborhood. Like, do you know of any other homes in a couple blocks of where you're proposing to build that have sold recently?
That have sold, there was the 2 homes that are brand new construction directly across the street from us on the northwest corner that were on the market for $849. And those homes went off the market, and I think they're renting them now because I don't know, but just they pulled them off the market. So I don't know. I would be happy to provide that data if that's something that would.
Well, the only reason why I asked is because part of the infill standard is affordability, and that includes affordability for the people who live there currently. And so if you're going to be selling your houses in the 8 to 850s, that potentially raises property taxes for all the neighbors. And so that's why I'm curious as to what the value of those homes are in that same area compared to the value of the homes that you're proposing to build.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Again, by right, 2 homes being built, we would certainly, without needing to come through and jump through the hoops of the BZA, we would be building, and that would be the fallback, is we will be building 2 larger homes that will have to be sold north of $1.25 million. So that absolutely will drive up that. Our goal here is to bring that down lower. I can't speak to every home in the neighborhood, but this certainly is a much closer gap than where we are with the homes that are $1.3 million, which is what a lot of the new larger homes are going for in the neighborhood, which is where we would target a 3,000 square foot home if we were to build it by right.
After hearing now what the variances are that are required for these 3 homes, if you were to build 2 homes, would you need any variances for those 2 homes?
I don't think so. It's always going to come back to the garages. So just we were optimistic with this, so we didn't really run a bunch of analysis on it just to save our costs. But just as Erica's saying, we'd end up having to build a bigger home to make it financially viable, which means we'd probably try to look at just a standard 2-car garage. So we'd be looking at a 40-foot wide lot. The infill standard allows a 40% garage of. We'd have to have our setbacks, so 40% of 30 feet. So we'd be close. I'd hope we wouldn't be asking for the garage. Garages are the unique thing on infill standards. The infill standard sort of treats garage doors like they could be any size, but in reality, they're either 1 car or 2 cars. So they're either 16 feet or 18 foot ideally, or they're 8 foot or 9 foot ideally, and anything in between just kind of like doesn't really help out. So the short answer to your question is we would hope not to ask for any variances for the obvious reasons, but garage doors seem to be a reoccurring theme. Because we do, again, to sell a home, we want to provide a parking spot, usually an enclosed parking spot of at least 1 or 2, and it depends on the home size. Because the math is so important on this one, because I'll even say that in our analysis of a 40-foot wide lot by 80-foot deep, 75% that's 2,400 square feet. So we were seeing that the corner lot actually didn't even need a size variance, that it met the 75% of the infill standard. It's really just the two infill ones. And again, everything comes back down to kind of parking is just this site without an alley because of the steep grade, no matter what we design, is going to get tricky for parking and expensive just between retaining walls and other things, which is why we didn't side load the corner garage, because then we're developing a whole new kind of building typology, which comes with additional cost.
So is there any dispute about the math now? So like, for example, if the board were to grant the variance that are requested and you go to start to build, will you find yourself having issues with the math at that point?
No, because I think your math is more conservative, so it should in
Yeah.
theory just give us a
Much
more
more
grace, I
conservative,
guess.
yeah.
So you're going to be building in accordance with the math that's been provided in the staff report?
I think so. Again, our intent is basically develop, the whole thing's premised off an 18-foot by 10-inch wide house, and that gives us our kind of setbacks that comply, and that gives us fire separation. It doesn't work for the 9-foot garage door, which is why we're here for the variance, but that's by then a house that's effectively 46 feet deep. That's really like what we're trying to do with a one-car garage. Just trying to get a better understanding of your thinking in this project. Did you at all ever consider, because you're in 2.5 or 2.5, that would allow a duplex by right or a multi-unit house by special use permit? Did you at all consider those options with larger lots?
Yes, so duplex would be allowed, but they would be touching, which wouldn't really, it's 2 units, right? So it doesn't change it. Typically when people want home ownership, because these are not rentals, these are for sale product, they like separation, which is why we separated these, even though they're narrowly separated. They are separated because when homeowners go to buy, they like the detached version. So a duplex, because it's not going to be rented, and we could have just done 2 separate, we would go the separate route. We did talk about just doing 3 attached townhomes. Again, the consensus is that the neighborhood doesn't have townhomes, so the neighborhood likes detached. So these basically appear to be 3 detached townhomes if you look at them. But there is a separation, and so therefore they are detached, so they do not fall into the townhome category. Again, they're for sale product, not a condominium and not a rental. Your other question was about a multi-unit. Again, we weren't trying to do condos and we weren't trying to do rentals. So we were just looking at how could we be efficient with a for sale product and how could we drive price down? The answer is going to be density.
Okay. Any other questions of them before we go to the, Julie, tell us your concerns. Miss Jennings, sorry.
Yes, my concern is that we have I'm on the board of the West Plaza Neighborhood Association, and we had a vote and we are opposed to this request as it stands. The owners, the developers did not approach the board to discuss this prior to requesting this variance. And I have submitted the letter of opposition, but I'm not the one signature that needed to be notarized on it. But Stephanie has it. We have owned property in the neighborhood from since 1969. We've built 3 duplexes and 3 single-family homes, all on the 45 and 4600 block of Bell. So I am very well aware of the block. I own 14 properties on the block as well as live on the block. The 2 properties that were recently constructed, when he came to the board with his plan, it was supposed to be a duplex with garages in front. And he said that the city denied him that. And so he had to put the garages on the back, which is adjacent to one of our properties. And the construction caused a 100-year-old stone wall that is on my property to be demolished. My fence that was on that lot be knocked down. There's not a lot of space to put anything in buildings in our neighborhood. We have houses that are on illegal 30-foot lots just a block up on the other corner of 45th and Bell that we moved our second duplex down 25 feet, because if that home ever falls down, which it very well may, or it burns down, they will not have a legal lot to build a replacement house on. So we do have townhomes in West Plaza, and they're lovely townhomes, and they are high-priced townhomes, and they are connected, and they are right next to the Bar West Plaza building, and are connected to the parking lot there. So we do have townhomes that were built as townhomes and are purchased, not rented. So not saying that there aren't townhomes in the neighborhood is not true. The 2.1 million or 1.2 million asking price houses across the street did not sell at 1.2 million because of their size, and they're each on a 40-foot lot. So it's not conducive to our neighborhood. It's definitely not conducive to our street, because directly across the street to the north is a historic Oregon Trail Pony Express stop building that's 125 years old now, I think. That is totally the opposite of what they're building. They build lovely homes. They build lovely homes in our neighborhood already, but they can build two, or they can build a duplex. And we would like it continued, and we would like them to approach the neighborhood to talk about their plan.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Your time's up. Brandon, your comments?
Yes, thank you. Just a neighbor that lives in West Plaza, a couple of blocks from this site. I am in favor of this project. I think this specific housing type is what this neighborhood is missing, in my opinion. I think I do agree with Julie. The townhomes in our neighborhood are great. I don't know if this site right in the middle of a bunch of single family homes is necessarily the best fit for townhomes. I think there's a fair amount of duplexes as well, but I think what we need is that additional housing type for sale at a cheaper entry price point. I think that's something that I have friends, younger families in the neighborhood that are lacking. Most of the homes in that neighborhood that are selling that are in decent rate, 2 bedrooms, 300,000, something like that, to 400,000, depending on if you go north or south. But there's a big gap between 400,000 and 1 million plus, and I think these homes fit in that gap, and I do think that they would sell. My biggest issue on this originally was parking, but they solved that issue with a dual tandem garage. So I really appreciated that. I think the topography of the site fits this design as well, due to the hill and the topography going up toward the rear of the homes. So to their comment, yeah, it would have been nice to have a side entry garage, but I don't think it was an option due to the topography of that site per se, and being that close to the intersection, maybe a little unsafe. But I think the site as well is also in rough shape. There's a small retaining wall around the edges that would then be cleaned up and removed and rebuilt. There's 2 trees that are leaning over the street that are pretty much at the end of their lifespan and probably a hazard, and probably dropped limbs this morning. So I think it'll be nice, especially going on walks in the neighborhood. I'm in favor of the project. I think they will sell. I think this product is rare. I think it'd be good to test the waters. Let's see how it goes. I think it'll sell really well, and I think it'll be a great addition to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Brandon. And one more comment. Where do you live in relationship to this project?
I'm 3 blocks east and a block south.
So 3 blocks east and south. So in the 47th of Jarbo, or one of those places?
I'm Fairmount, so maybe another block east.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. And as I recall, some of those homes on Fairmont have been rebuilt between 47th and 48th.
They have. Going back to the comment on the price of $1 million homes, I think that's another reason as to why these are needed. With interest rates being so high, there's the million plus homes have not sold as well. And I think younger, I think that a lot of families are struggling to make that work with interest rates as high as they are. The house
Right.
directly the house
Thank you,
directly.
Brandon.
Yeah, you're
good.
welcome.
Thank you, sir. All right, board members, questions of applicants. These 3-bedroom homes or 2?
3.
Oh. I'll say, if the intent of the code is to maintain a similar character of the surrounding areas, and if the applicant, in theory, could divide into 2, and do two duplexes on either side, you could have 4 units, and honestly, that would probably be further away from the character of the surrounding area than dividing into 3 and having 3 single-family homes. I don't know.
I agree.
I don't know that I feel super strongly at this point, but those are some of my thoughts.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, or motion?
Is it okay if I just say one last comment about reaching out to the neighborhood? I fully believe, and Julie is correct, we actually reached out 2 times. We sent 2 emails and got no response from the neighborhood and asked to be on their November 18th agenda. I have those as well. I'm happy to send those to Julie. Nobody contacted us. So we were not responded to. We absolutely would have preferred to come and present to the neighborhood before, sort of presenting here today without their input or knowing what we were going to walk into. So the right way to do it is to always speak with the neighborhood first, which is what we would have
Well,
done.
I am the one in charge of the neighborhoods, and my phone number's on every place on the website. So if the email you sent it to
info
was,
email that was listed on the website. That was
Hey, guys, let's not, it's water over the dam at this
Okay.
point. You
we
try to
still would
reach
like
out.
it postponed so that they can do that with due diligence.
Okay, thank you, Julie. All right. What are we doing? Board members, remember, was it 3 meetings ago, maybe 4, that we had this similar project on another street not too far away from here. They had elevation issues. I don't remember the street name, but I know it was around 47th or 46th Street. So
What was the resolution to that?
I thought they cut something down.
Did they lower
They
it?
got it resolved, yeah.
Yeah, because I think a big concern is these seem to tower over the houses surrounding them. And I think previously there was a mitigating factor somewhat of the elevation change from one side to the other, and it doesn't seem to be here with this case.
Does
No, it's a thing.
what's the infill
Jen-
code say about the height in this particular? Is it all compliant with the infill code?
Yeah, so the height is compliant with the infill code, so it's 12 feet per 1 story. But in the context area, there are 2-story homes, so they get 24 feet and then an additional 6 feet if, depending on the pitch of the roof, and they have an 8/12, and that applies for the extra 6 feet. But infill is measured from grade to the base of the roof. So they have 26 feet. So it meets the infill height requirements.
So there's a couple of 2-story homes in this context area, which brings up the height that they're
Mhm.
allowed to do, which
Yeah.
yeah.
Anybody?
I think to move things along, I'll just make a motion and we'll see where it goes. Docket item 16, case 158. I move that we grant the requested variances in accordance with site plan staff report.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hayes, a second by Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Nay.
Ebbets.
Down to me again. Two nays kills it because it's, yeah.
It needs to be postponed.
Hey. Not allowed, Julie. I'll give her a reluctant aye. Good luck with the project. Thank you.
Very much.
Appreciate that.
What was that?
Reluctant aye.
Oh, okay.
Good luck with the project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One moment.
Okay, where are we at?
18.
Docket item number 18 is case CD BZA 2025-165. A request to approve a variance to permit a balcony and front stairs to encroach on the front setback, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.07 acres, generally located at 704 West 44th Terrace. The staff planner for this case is Stephanie Saldari. The property owner, Michael Wilson, is online. I'm going to promote him to panelist. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
All right.
There are no other hands raised online.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Wilson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please state I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. My name is Michael Wilson. I'm at 704 West 44th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111.
Great. Mr. Wilson, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are associated with your case. First of all, do you have any questions on those exhibits? But if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Yes, no, yes questions or yes to
Yes.
admit?
Yes, you can admit them. No questions.
Okay, great. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, tell us about this one.
All right, we got docket item number 18. This is case 165 located on 700 West 44th Terrace. Sorry, 704 44th Terrace. Zone R-6, and the applicant seeks to obtain a variance to permit a balcony and stairs to encroach on the front yard. The single-family building has already been constructed. This is located right by the Country Club Plaza. This may seem familiar because this has come before the board before, but the other houses. However, I did make an analysis, and this is the last house of this development that needs these variances. So it shouldn't come before you again. But here is the full site plan, and then here is that zoomed in. There's the stairs and the balcony encroaching on the front setback. This is what the house looks like. And then this is just showing all those variances that were obtained within the past 2 years. So we got 2 variance requests. So one is a variance to the encroachment standards to permit stairs above 6 feet in the front yard on the subject site per submitted site plan. It is a complete deviation. This does not change the character of the neighborhood because 27 of the surrounding properties in this neighborhood received the same type of variance. The difficulty cannot be obviated because, well, one, the building is already constructed, and a zoning review did occur during the building permitting phase, and the need for variances were not identified until late 2022. Variance request B is a variance, again, to the encroachment standards to permit a balcony in the front yard of the subject site. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and then same thing that a need for a variance was not identified until late 2022, and the homeowner was not able to make it into the big group 2 years ago. So they're requesting this variance now, and that concludes my presentation.
Any questions for Ms. Saldari? Board members, we've seen a ton of these things so far.
I was just going to say, all the other houses have been granted their variances.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Question anybody?
Oh, wait, public testimony.
Any questions of the audience? Any questions of board members?
We technically need to open for public comment, right?
Yeah, but there's nobody out there, she said.
Okay.
There are no
Any
hands
public
raised.
comment? No hands raised.
I've lost track of where we are on the agenda.
18.
18. Docket 18, case 165. I move that we grant the request. This is a variance in accordance with site plan staff report.
Do we have a motion for Mr. Hayes? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That project is approved. Case 20.
Thank you for your help, Stephanie.
Yeah, no.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Appreciate it.
Do we have 3 left? Is that the correct count?
We have number 20, number 23, and number 25.
Board members, you still good? Staff, do you
19
need to
was
take a break? Or are
continued.
we okay? I'm good if you're good.
Wasn't it? I'm good. Let me just check.
Oh, yeah, no.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
19 was continued at the beginning of the meeting. Oh. Okay. Docket item number 20 is case CD BZA 2025-129, a request to approve a special exception for the height of a fence in the front and side yard of the subject site in an R6 zoning district on about 0.768 acres, generally located at 5945 Ward Parkway. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner on this case, and the applicant is here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I'm going to promote Joe's iPhone to panelist.
So it's Joe's iPhone. Is that what it says? There he is. Somebody. Everyone, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address. We're going to start with Joe first.
I do. Joe's Willenberg, 5945 Ward Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri, 64113.
Thank you, the owner. Keep on going.
I do. Bordy Hernandez, 3610 Northeast Russell Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64117.
Great.
I do. Christian Hernandez, 811 Northeast Russell Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64116.
Of the three of you, who's going to be speaking on the case today?
I will.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez. And sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case. First of all, do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have your permission to admit them?
No questions. Yes, you do.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Alec. To your left, Alec, tell us about this case.
Okay. We have CD BZA 2025-129. This is docket item number 20. It's at 5945 Ward Parkway. And it's a special exemption for a 6-foot fence in the front yard of the subject site. Subject site is south of Midtown, off of Ward Parkway, next to State Line. Here's just a view of the site. It's in an R6 zoning district along Huntington Road and Ward Parkway. And then here's just a view of the front yard of the site. As you can see, there is already a fence on the north side of I guess the east side of the property. They're looking to extend the fence along that front property line and then along the street side yard as well to match. This is the plan with a 6-foot fence with about 6.5 foot brick pillars in the fence as well. And it's about 95 feet on the north side, on the south side of the lot, and then about 250 feet on the west side of the lot. This is a special exception, so it's a request of an additional 2.5 feet to permit a 6-foot wrought iron fence and 6.5 foot brick columns on the subject site. It's a 61.5% variation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not necessarily anticipated, as a few homes in the area have similar fence types. Wrought iron with brick columns is pretty common in this neighborhood. However, the existing fence in the area looks to be approximately 4 feet in height per Google Street View. When you look at all the other properties in the area, this would be 2 feet taller than the majority. But the difficulty could be avoided by a change in design, and the applicant could lower the fence height to 4 feet. And they've had this fence, I believe, already constructed. So,
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, have you already constructed the fence?
We have not yet.
Oh,
We're
okay,
waiting
good.
for everything.
That's good. Questions of Alec?
You said there's an existing part of the fence.
yes.
Is there a problem with that?
I mean, it's, I believe, taller than what would have been permitted, and I don't believe they received a variance on it previously.
Need a variance for that fence?
I mean, this would be a variance for a 6-foot fence along the entire, on the property.
So this would,
Special
this- sorry,
exception.
A special
this,
exception, yes,
sorry, I apologize. This special exception would cover then all the fencing.
essentially. Since it doesn't specifically say in the staff report or in the disposition letter which part of the fence it will be for. It's just for the 6-foot fence in the front yard
And this is by application, not by complaint.
by application, correct?
All right, Mr. Hernandez, why should we grant your request today, sir?
We're doing this for the homeowner because they want to go ahead and enclose their property, and they've had some recent troubles with people just walking by and peeking in their cars a couple times. So he wants to go ahead and close all that off, especially with it being right there on the main road. And the reason he wants to go with the 6-foot is to match the fence he already has around his backyard. So now he wants to go ahead and bring it all to the front, and then we'll close off his driveway with some gates as well, and then match the entire look of the fence that's already existing. And then we decided to stay with the look that he has because it matches multiple other homes that we drove down yesterday just looking and getting some pictures. And we noticed multiple homes with 6-foot fence with brick columns, so we just stayed with that look.
Did you bring any of those photos? It's okay if you didn't.
Yeah, I got some photos of them.
Once you will admit those as exhibit number 10, can you let us share that?
Yeah,
At least a couple of them,
of course.
and we'll admit them as a block, not as individuals.
Yeah, so
Bring them on over. And are these right across the street, or where are these, Mr. Hernandez?
they're just down the road. I don't know.
There's 2 houses right next to his house.
Yeah, neighboring house, and then you've got a house probably a block down on with those pictures. And then with the same like gate design as well. I have
Right.
one of those as well.
I kind of drive down this road every day, so I'm kind
Yeah.
of familiar with the area.
Yeah,
I think-
everybody have that.
I think there's a house to the south that's maybe even taller than 6 foot,
Yeah.
actually. All right.
And then we also have neighbors in support of it. I've got emails from them as well, if you want those.
Those can't be admitted.
Okay.
Can or cannot,
They
because
can't, they're not notarized.
not notarized, that's part of our
Okay.
committee.
I do have a question for Joe.
Joe, a question coming your way?
Please.
The existing 6-foot fence that you've got, how long has it been there?
It was there when I got there.
Okay.
And would that be technically in the backyard, Alec?
It's
Side yard.
it's technically side yard. The front yard is the shorter of the frontages, so it's along.
It looks like a street side yard, so it's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
non-compliant, but
All right. Joe, you want to make any comments?
We've just had some issues, break-ins and, like you said, cars. We're just looking to make it a little bit more safer, and to try to make it, the house to the south of us has a nice fence, and same as to the north. And so we're just trying to get a little bit more safer and just a better look, for the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm just one board member, but I did want to thank you for filing an application prior to building the fence.
Yeah.
We see quite often that contractors build the fence and leave the homeowner to do it on their own. And so that is good business, in my opinion.
Sure.
Just one board member, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do have a motion.
Go ahead.
On docket number 20, case 129, I move to grant the special exception in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Second by somebody?
Second.
Second by Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Joe, good luck with it, and thanks for coming before us today.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Zellenberg.
Thank you, guys.
That takes us to docket item number 23, case CD BZA 2025-152. A request to approve a variance to the features allowed to encroach in required setbacks in an R 7.5 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.24 acres generally located at 25 Northwest 90th Place. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online to be sworn in. Are you the applicants? Okay. So any member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long day. We appreciate your patience. It's going to take me a second to catch up. It'll just be a moment. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm almost there. All right. Good afternoon again. I'm going to have you raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Let's start with you first.
I do. My name is Kristen Ostick. My address is 25 Northwest 90th Place, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155.
Great. And I heard for Kristen, is that right?
Kristen,
Thank
yes.
you. Good. Next.
I do. Candace Ostick, 25 Northwest 90th Place, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155.
I heard Tina. Is that?
Candace.
Oh, Candace. Sorry. Thank you. The applicant. Go ahead. And last.
I do. Andrew Ostick, 3605 Northwest 85th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Andrew.
64155.
Who's speaking on the case today? You are?
I'm
Thank you,
the
Candace.
homeowner.
Okay, that's great, Candace. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, I looked through them. They're fine.
Great. And do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin to your left. He's going to tell us about the case.
All right, we have docket item not 6, 23, CD BZA 2025-152, located at 25 Northwest 90th Place. This is an R75 zoning district. The request for multiple variances to the setbacks for a deck and pool constructed without permits, plus any additional variances. This is the general location. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. I just wanted to go over the site history a bit again, because this has been before the board before, so I just wanted to kind of put out a refresher. So it was originally applied for variances to the setback requirements for a deck constructed without permits. And this case was denied by the Board of Zoning Adjustment on February 26th of 2025. There then was a request for rehearing on March 21st, and the request was denied by the Board of Zoning Adjustment on the May 28th, 2025 hearing. The applicant applied for variances to setback requirements for a deck and pool with a newly submitted site plan and survey. And then this is the site plan survey that I mentioned. It's probably going to be easier to zoom in and view on your within the staff reports. But the difference between this and the prior submittal is, one, it's actually a full site plan. with all of the necessary measurements that we would usually see with these. Second is there is a range you'll see between 1.1 feet and 1.9 feet being removed on that, I guess, to the northeast, on the end of the wood deck there. It's in a darker shaded gray area towards that east property line. So those are the key differences here, as well as those stairs you'll see on the left side of the wood deck if you're facing, I guess, to the northeast, is labeled to be removed. So the variance request is of 20.83 feet to the rear setback requirement to permit a rear setback of 7.5 feet on the subject site, which is a 73.98% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most houses in the area appear to be in conformance with setback standards from a visual standpoint observed on KCMO Parcel Viewer. The deck is larger than 500 square feet, so it would not receive the exception for rear setback requirements to deck additions in 88-820-12. The difficulty could have been obviated by properly obtaining permits and submitting plans originally. It can now be obviated by removing the deck and pool and reconstructing it in line with city requirements. Variance B is a variance of 1.1 feet to the required rear setback for a pool to permit that pool to be located 8.9 feet from the rear property line. Again, that's 1.1 feet or an 11% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most properties in this area, per a KCMO Parcel Viewer analysis, do not generally have pools. And the difficulty could have been obviated by, again, properly obtaining the permits and submitting plans originally. And it could be obviated by removing the deck and pool and reconstructing it in line with city requirements. I do believe that they have permits submitted right now, but those reviews are currently held for the Board of Zoning Adjustment process. With that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions that the board members may have.
If I recall correctly, there was a dynamic of the height of the deck determining like what constitutes a deck.
30
I-
inches
Sure.
of.
Am I recalling that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay.
It is.
I just read it all today.
I believe that was asked at the prior hearing, but I don't remember exactly how that might have been phrased.
I am sure that the deck is just, as owner, is itself at various points in the yard, since the yard is sloped above 30 inches.
But it's as far as decks go, it's pretty short.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
On the northeast corner, we're at 3.1 feet, southeast corner, 4.1 feet, southwest corner, 4 feet, and northwest corner, 2.8 feet above grade.
Mhm.
I was just trying to jog my memory of the prior case.
And I
Any
don't
other questions of staff?
I believe you guys had a presentation that you had sent to me as well. Do you need me to pull that up or get it admitted or anything?
Yeah, I think that should have been omitted, I think, in the original line. There's just some photos that, after I go through some original statements, that I would like to demonstrate. I have also on a jump drive if needed.
Sure.
It'll be exhibit 10 and it'll be admitted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just wanted to put that out there in case we didn't
Right.
need to admit anything, so.
And Connor, you talked about some permits already being out there in holding for, what are the permits for, sir? Do you recall?
It is for the pool and deck that are before you today, with their revisions and in this full scope of the plan.
Okay, got it.
And this 11% change in variation, are there other cases with that similar amount of change?
Just regarding to pools in general, or for this site?
And pools in general, because I think you said in here that their neighbors don't have pools.
Yeah, so from looking at Kansas City, Missouri, parcel viewer, just looking at a quick analysis of the neighborhood, it doesn't look like there's other pools in the immediate area from what I could tell, but I just looked generally at this block.
Okay.
All right. So Candace, why should we grant your request today?
Well, I have lots of reasons, but let me start off. One of the first things I would like to address is the original case that was put before the board. When reading over the staff report on this additional case, one of the things I did was made some changes. One, the original plans we drew up were basically drawn by us and our measurements. The original request that was put in as the analysis on the original case was that that the setback on the deck was at 8.5 feet. Now, when I look at the plans that were submitted in the original paperwork, it was marked that the back deck to the rear property line was 5.1 feet, and that the pool to the back line was 8 point. So it looks like when it got analyzed and put into the staff report, they pulled the wrong measurements. So the original request was actually inaccurate.
But let's talk about today.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah,
I just
it
wanted.
wasn't sloppy drawing, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, so to talk about today, so when I went back to it, I hired a company and had them do a new boundary survey. We first looked at the deck as is existing. One of the things that we noticed was that, yes, the setback thing is out of bounds, but there also was about a 1 foot area where it went into what would be the city's utility easement. Now, there is currently no utilities there, but I am more than willing to bring that back a foot to get it out of that easement. The portion that he talked about on the back stairs, that's not a removal of the stairs, but that is cutting it down a little bit to move it from the line of, so it would be within the property, like sight line, I think is what they were saying.
15-foot easement from the side property to the.
Yeah, and the easement on the side, it meets. So the setback variance on the pool and the deck, it's all on the back end. There's also a question of what is required. They said that like the deck is over 500 square feet. It is currently, but with the removal of 1 foot, it kind of, the question has been raised on like whether or not the square area of the pool counts as part of the deck. And if it doesn't, that once that 1 point that is pulled back, then it should move the square footage of the deck around to 469 square feet. Now, I bring this up because on the permit discrepancy page that I was given by the city, they said that the setback requirement was 20 feet. When I had my pre-application meeting with Connor, I asked him to verify it, and he did email me on October 10th saying that it was 20 feet. So when I saw that it was still set at the 25%, I was a little surprised. And then another issue presented is that like changing the character of the neighborhood. And I understand like if my neighbors had problems with this, I do not have an HOA. There is no residential pool. So one of the things that I did was, and I've done it twice now, was in March and in October, November, I went around and I had done neighborhood positions that were notarized. And I had no negative feedback from my neighbors. The majority of them signed. I didn't have anyone that wouldn't. And most importantly, all of my neighbors of the surrounding properties, especially the woman that lives right behind me who would be most affected by the deck, signed. So did the properties adjacent and next door. Sorry. The other thing that was mentioned was that, there's no other pools in the neighborhood. There is a lady up the block that does have an in-ground pool. Her property situation is a little bit different. There's a little bit of acreage around me, a few houses that have acreage. It's kind of an odd neighborhood. It's right by Metro, not far from Metro North Mall area. But also when I looked in general, in 2018, there was a lending tree report that shows only 1.2% of homes in Kansas City have residential pools. So pools, it's not unusual that there's not a bunch of neighbors in my neighborhood that have a pool. So I just kind of wanted to point that out, that it's kind of, if this was Phoenix, that would be a different kind of measurement than it is, I think, for what the city looks like. If we want to look at, I guess, the PowerPoint pictures.
Sure. Give me just a moment here. Just let me know if you'd like me to go through them.
Yeah.
Gotta
So-
share your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Okay, so I want to kind of give you a little background and the cost of and background of what happened. So I hired a company and it was a nightmare from start to finish. They didn't start on time. One of the things that they told me on why they weren't starting on time was because they were waiting on the city. In the midst of their work, they walked off the job site and it was sold to another company. So I kind of, was not surprised. I guess I was surprised when I found out we didn't have a permit, but I should not have been surprised, I guess, from the attitude I have. One of the things I did do is I went and consulted with an attorney to find out what I could. Even the company that purchased them during my project, they are no longer in business and I cannot locate anyone. And I have been assured by the attorney that it would be more money than I would probably ever recoup to track someone down. We did search and we could find no bankruptcy records. I kind of want to go over, so,
Get them to rectify their mistake or their oversight of not pulling the permit.
If I remember the last hearing, I don't mean to cut you off, but if I remember the last hearing, we had talked about how we understand the hardship that they created. However, that wasn't something that we needed to review.
well, I guess what I was gonna do is show, because what I hadn't done in the last hearing was look at potential changes that I could do
Okay.
to the area, and that's kind of where I'm going with this now.
Okay.
As
Pardon
well
me,
as we didn't
excuse
have
me.
the neighborhoods petition signed, letting you guys know that no one in the neighborhood was bothered by
Yeah.
the bill.
Just basically, I wanted to just show you, so I did go and get estimates to try to get this and more like into the code of the city. One thing is to take it back like to the 28 feet, which would involve, if you could see the overall thing of kind of where that black area is, getting rid of all of that, kind of moving the deck into just under the little bit of the easement of the house and pouring a patio.
Well, so I guess my question is the proposal that you've provided today,
Mhm.
if the board, and I don't know, but if the board were to approve that proposal, that's just what would happen, what's in that proposal.
Yes.
Okay.
But I wanted to show that I was willing and I am willing to try to be flexible and look. The one thing I wanted to show though too is that when I got the quote for this, or if you want to move to the next slide, where we just take off a portion of the deck and it would take it back to a 20-foot setback. The additional cost for that would be around $60,000. I did get an estimate on the work that I have in front of you guys, their proposal now, that is around about 10. And so, I mean, I know personal hardship isn't as much of a factor, but it is a factor, I guess, in the fact that I can afford to do the 10. This 60,000 would be extremely difficult in this current economy. And just that, I purchased the home in 2018 for 227,000, with the sunk costs that I already have on this deck. What would it do is if I have to tear everything down, I would be pretty well at 52% of what I've spent on the house.
So the 11% variance, that is the best, I guess, revision you can make to the existing deck, is what you're saying.
The 11% variance is
It's
for
the
the
pool.
pool.
Yeah, that's applicable to the pool.
Pool.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be more difficult to move and
I see.
refabricate than the deck portion, which is a much higher variance request than the
Yeah,
pool.
and also I did look at the entirety of my backyard and the pool to see if there was a more appropriate spot to move the pool where there wouldn't be a variance request at all. The variance request on this is about 1 foot. And there isn't a spot. There isn't another spot on the deck. You know, I would be sitting here again for another variance request on the pool. There's not a spot on my deck where, or in my yard where I wouldn't need the additional foot.
Right.
I will
And
add.
the 1 foot
oh,
doesn't bother me very much, so.
Yeah.
Um,
So reconstructing the deck, we would be pulling it back towards half of the pool, so we'd be exposing half of the pool, and also we have a privacy fence on top of the deck to keep people from, if you do come over the fence, to come over on top of the deck in the pool, that would have to be removed to get it back, and there would be no outer boundary
So
to the street and to the back of the house.
That fence, is that the fence that is required by ordinance for a pool?
no,
We're
I have-
double redundant on that ordinance.
Okay.
I guess is what you'd
So
say.
I have a 4-foot fence that surrounds the backyard entirely with one gate off to the opposite side of the corner. It's a corner lot. So there's a gate there. Then on the deck itself, the majority of it is covered, if you can see in the photo, by this privacy fence on top of that. So you can't see onto the deck and into the pool, especially, and this was largely done because it is a corner lot. And I look at it as also a safety feature. I can say that, you know, once everything and the construction was all completed, one of the things I did besides informing my insurance company is I increased my security with ADT and put a motion activated camera over the pool site. And I feel like because between the two fences, also the deck has locked gates that will lock when they're shut. I've never had anyone without permission access that pool area. So I've never, and it's been a few years now. The other thing about the current design of the pool, which removing that 1 foot wouldn't get rid of, is that you can see above, if you, I guess, can go down. You can see, well, this is what the pool sides look like. So if we removed all the deck, this is what the neighbors would get to look at. And then without the fencing, you can see the lot, it's really open. And it's very visible from traffic since it is a corner lot. But with it, can you go down one more? Okay, so as you can see, part of it it's completely surrounded by decking. So there's not a single spot in the pool where like it would be impossible for people to get in and out of. I mean, a lot of the things on when I originally was putting it in and talking to the contractor and wanting was to make sure that this was done as safely and as possible, that we could have this pool and enjoy it and eliminate as many worries as I could about safety issues. I guess like the only thing I can say is, I mean, I really truly want to work with the city. If I could go back in time, I would get a better contractor. Can tell you right now, I never want to go through this again. By granting me this variance, I'm not looking at it as a reward. I'm still, you know, in this process, it's been about 1.5 years and I've taken time off of work and gone to court dates and meetings and talked to all my neighbors and paid fees and fines and hired professionals to come out and relook at work that I've already done. And I'm just hoping that I just get the opportunity to not lose something that I had worked really hard and really wanted, and also not hopefully go into a huge financial hole that will take me years to recover from.
Right.
Okay, sounds very stressful.
It has been very stressful.
May I ask, so what is put on the variance for the request is what was shown by the company she hired to do the drawing to get us out of the easement. Now that would be minimum to get out of the easement. Are you guys able to grant a deal like, hey, we're not going to do an 80% variance, but if you can come back with a plan that's within 50%, is that able to be done today, or would it be this one's denied, come back with a new plan and a new variance request that's further back?
Are you asking like, could we vote on variance B separately from variance A?
Yes, please, if that's possible. And then as far as variance A for the deck, if you're not satisfied with what is requested, are you able to give a recommendation of what you guys would be comfortable with us to submit, or is it just a yes or no, and then we would have to come up with a new plan and resubmit that with a different variance?
So Andrew, in variance request A, is that the same as what you had back in Feb?
So it is slightly different. On the site plan, there's a dark grayed area with a little note next to it that says 1.9 feet to be removed, and then another one 1.1 feet to be removed
Right.
off of the back portion of that deck. So that is the difference with the site plan before you today compared to what was previously heard.
Okay. So this is a little bit better than what was before us before.
You're able to act on either of these and continue either at your discretion without charging a fee to the applicant. I would note that, you are acting on the setbacks and your action does not have any impact on the rights of the people who might be holding those easements to still enter and use that area that's designated as a utility easement. So if I am a utility that has rights to that easement, your granting of any variance does not impact their right to occupy or enter that area.
But I am pulling out of that area, period. So, so, yeah, okay.
I'll say variance B. That's 11%. It's a foot. Not a huge deal. The thing is, it's kind of weird that we have the setback of the pool and the setback of the structure, but the requirement for the setback of the pool is smaller than the requirement for the setback of the structure, which means that, and this pool has to have a structure around it, which means you need to encroach on the setback with the structure in order to have the pool there.
I feel like that's.
Not
why
all
they-
pools have structures around them. So
Well, it says
Structures required by code to be there.
Code requires a double fence, so a double gated fence. So that's why I was asking, you're saying that there's a internal fence and an external fence, and that would seem, it sounds like complies with the code. But so yes, I understand. I understand. I think what Jazz is trying to get to is that
I also
guess what I'm pointing out is the swimming pool's depth of more than 2 feet must be enclosed by protective fence. I kind of assumed that meant there would also be like a height level decking. But I suppose they could have a ladder or something. I'm not.
I'm sorry, I'm not following your question.
So this is an above ground pool,
Mhm.
and they're required to have like a fence around it or whatever.
Mhm.
I suppose we granted variance B, and then just for one reason or another, it just left it at that. How would they get into their pool?
So I do want to say one thing that 88-820-12 for decks and balconies less than 500 square feet for detached houses may extend into the rear yard setback, provided that a minimum rear yard setback of 20 feet is maintained. So I'm just speaking hypothetically here. If that deck were to be cut back and it goes up to the edge of the pool, I don't know if I have their presentation up anymore. Let me share just for clarification. So something like this, say all that portion that's shaded black was removed, and then everything that's unshaded there was at least 20 feet setback from the rear property line and less than 500 square feet, that would be allowed to remain.
Okay.
Because at least 20 at least 20 feet of that minimum rear setback is maintained.
However, I think all of that fencing on that side that's also shaded out would disappear as well. The extra privacy fencing, the pools would just be exposed. Oh, sorry.
Connor, is there a problem with the fence height because it's on another structure? I know we've seen that recently.
I mean, not to my understanding. I mean, I may defer to Sarah on that if you have any comments. The fence that exists at ground level is fine and acts as the fence surrounding the pool to meet that requirement. As far as the fence on the structure, I'm not entirely certain on how that would be interpreted.
Because I think we've recently had things come before the board where they put a fence on top of another structure, and that structure was and the fence were considered one for measurement purposes, and those fences didn't make it.
Gotcha. I do know if and it's not applicable in this situation, if the fence is on top of some sort of stone wall that is upholding the earth, that changes things. In this scenario, it would not fit that criteria.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think I have a motion, or at least a suggestion. I would make a motion on variance B, and depending on the outcome of that motion, or vote, a continuance to further discuss variance A and see if the applicant and the city can come to a closer conclusion, I guess, to lessen that gap of 80% variance.
Okay.
So as to docket number 23, case 152, I move to grant variance B in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Meyer, I think. Or was
Hayes.
it Jazz?
Yes.
Jazz, thanks. I
Right.
can't hear you. You both sound the same. Sorry.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Yes, aye. So,
Guys,
so you still have to do with variance A, and maybe you can try to reduce that percentage down. That would be agreeable.
That would be
with
working with
Connor
Connor?
on
Okay.
Yes.
comfortability of what
Yep.
Yeah.
feels.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And for clarification of me and working with the case, is variance A continued or denied in its current state? What are you looking for? Or is that coming
think we
back,
need to-
or
yeah, we
are
voted
we
that.
not
Yeah.
hearing that anymore?
So I guess I think the thought is to continue it,
Okay.
because is there a way to work on that variance to change it, or is that variance what it is and there needs to be a new one?
So if the applicant is willing to reduce the total amount of deck that is there, we can come up with a revised plan to then present to the board that has different measurements than what was proposed today to show what that altered state would look like.
Okay, so I guess that's a question for the applicant.
Yes.
No, I mean, absolutely. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm more than willing to sit down and come up with some different scenarios and talk to a contractor and try to find, I guess, like a happy medium between the 10,000 and the 60,000 and see if we can move forward on that. Anything I can do to
Good.
keep the happy memories that we've already developed and create more. I'm willing to work with the city on that. I really do not like being in discord with the city. I would rather just like us all to be very happy.
But you would like something less than the variance request was to permit a rear setback of 7.5 feet, and you would like something, a greater setback than that.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
So, I mean, out of just clarification then, would we be comfortable with the setback being the same as what the pool is?
I think
how much
That would be
decking?
We're trying to solve this issue today.
Okay,
And I don't,
me
thi- I
too.
don't,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think,
Eating your guys'
To be fair, I mean, there's probably some value in Connor knowing
Yeah.
what the vibe of the board is.
Yeah.
So not necessarily coming to a conclusive decision, but also just like getting a sense of like,
Right.
I think we're
What-
looking for
yeah.
something under 80%
Okay,
would be fair to say, something closer to the actual ordinance. And if you came back with perhaps more than one option, that also might be helpful to the board so we could
Right.
see different options.
okay. Okay, I can definitely work on that.
when would you want to come back?
Um,
We can set up a meeting.
I would really, I know I'm gonna have to go to court, and stuff, but I think February probably, I want to have plenty of time to talk to a contractor, to have them be able to look and see what's possible. I don't want to come before the board with pie sky ideas that can't be done. So I would like to just have plenty of time to meet with Connor. Oh, ooh, I'm gonna move this.
Yep.
Meet with Connor and then a contractor and get estimates and get everything and get a scheme drawn up and be able to present you guys with the most accurate information as possible.
I'm gone in February. I would have to be part of the quorum.
Okay.
Because
Or-
there's only 4 of us.
Or we could
Oh,
reestablish.
yeah, you
quorum.
could write, yeah, you could record it.
I-
Let somebody
Yes.
else-
March be appropriate?
I can do March.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
So,
March 11th.
sure. March 11?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, I'll need a motion to continue, kind of variance A till that time.
On docket item 23, case 152, I move that we continue the case until March 11th.
Great.
Second.
Wright,
From Mr.
Aye.
Meyer. Keep on-
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
good. We'll see you in March.
Yep, long
Thank
day for
you.
you guys. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Got-
I do
got-
appreciate, I saw your guys' docket. I was like, oh, that's gonna be a tough
Okay.
one.
Docket item number 25 is case CD BZA 2025-157, a request to approve a variance to the location of an accessory structure on a residential property, plus any additional variances on about 5.42 acres generally located at 9002 Lee Summit Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. I believe the applicant is online. Devin Durbin and Bryce Butler, I will promote both of you to panelist. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands raised online.
All right, Devin, you got your camera and microphone on? And who's the other gentleman with you? I'm sorry.
Bryce Butler.
What?
Bryce Butler.
Devin and Bryce.
I'm the
Gentlemen,
homeowner.
please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth or nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Bryce Butler, 9002 Lee Summit Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64139.
Thank you. Devin?
I do.
Muted.
Devin Durbin.
Yep.
1140 Northeast Oak Tree Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri, 64086.
Perfect. Bryce, are you speaking on the case today, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Great. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to omit them, or do you have any questions about them?
No, you have my permission.
Great. What part of that is a presentation by Stephanie Saldari. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
Okay, we got docket item 25, case 157 on 9002 Lee Summit Road, zone R80, and the applicant seeks to obtain a variance to permit an accessory structure in the front yard, plus any other needed variances. The proposed accessory structure is an array of solar panels. The subject site is located all the way over here in the east, bordering Lee Summit. So this is the subject site. This little triangle and this trapezoid are also owned by the same property owner. And then here's Lee Summit. So here is the site plan with the solar panel array. The solar panels are in the same property with the primary structure, which is good. We don't want it to be on here because that would be a vacant lot technically, but is here. And these are just some photos of the front yard. There are a few more photos attached to the staff report as well. And so we have one variance today, and that's a variance to permit an accessory structure on the front yard of the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. To staff's knowledge, the other nearby properties did not have accessory structures in their front yards. The accessory structure could be moved to the rear yard to be compliant with the code. And that concludes my presentation.
Board members, questions of Stephanie? Seeing none, either Bryce or Devin, tell us why we should approve your request today, sir.
Sure. Thanks for the time. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it. So in looking at the solar project, and looking at the requirements, I know it says no auxiliary structures in the front yards. That seems to be kind of lending more towards smaller lots. We're on a lot where even with that in the front yard, we're 250 feet from the road. And we're uphill from the road as well. So the visibility from the road is actually pretty minimal. There's additional photos we can show you. The solar on my lot in general, I guess, was kind of looked at as that was the most optimum place to put it for a number of reasons. It's got the best lighting. I don't know how familiar everybody is with solar, but that actually allows it to be the best performance in that area. Uh, a lot of people do roof mounted, but mine's kind of not really facing properly. Plus, it's shaded and the age of the roof is prohibitive to where if you did it that route, it would likely have to be taken down after, 5 years or something when the roof's out at the end of its life. The electrical connection is actually in that corner of my house, and the whole house is aproned with concrete. So, doing it in the backyard, one thing that's not shown on that overhead right now is there's actually there's a pool, and there's also an 8-inch gas main that runs diagonally across my back property right there, between the barn in the back and the house. So actually finding a location in that area is there's really no space there for that. That's not creating some major headaches with where you could run electrical. And then so the next kind of area out that gets you out of all the tree cover and stuff would be like kind of those upper fields. And then we're just talking a substantial distance to run, needing to cross that 8-inch gas main. There's just some pretty major considerations to get out there. So that was kind of the long and short of the different encumbrances that led us to where we were looking at. And I will say there is one, I just quickly looked. There actually is other properties along Lee Summit Road. There's at least one that has a barn in the front of their house because these are like estate size lots. So the house is being set really far from the road, kind of would create a massive dead space if you can't have anything. But there is at least one that has an auxiliary structure in front of their house between the house and the road. It was about 5 parcels up from mine, I believe. I only noted as a it didn't come into my logic, obviously. I just happened to see it, so thought it was worth noting.
Any neighbor opposition, Bryce?
No, I think the only person who would really even be able to see it is my neighbor to the south. They actually asked if I could share the plans with them so they didn't have to attend today. I did that, and then they said, well, yeah, nobody likes the look of solar, but let us know when you're done with it so we can pick your brain out on it because we want to do the same. So no, I haven't had any pushback on it at all.
Board members, further questions? Nope. How many KW is this, Devin?
It's 17, I believe. It's basically as much as I could put in without redoing the transformer and the main panel for the house.
Your solar company, are you working with a company or a private contractor?
I'm the representative for the private contractor. I'm the operations director at Midwest Electric and Solar LLC.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
I think our code does not account for these rural type lots with the accessory structures in the front yard very well. It probably has room for changing to accommodate stuff like this, because it seems silly that it'd have half mile of nothing.
Right.
But
We need to ask for public comment.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Any public comment?
There were no
Sarah?
hands raised.
No hands raised. Okay.
I have a motion.
Perfect. Mr. Ventura?
On docket number 25, case 157, I move that we grant the variance in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
We've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you guys so much.
Merry Christmas to all the city staff. We are adjourned.
Take a picture.
Have a good break,
Picture
everyone.
time.
Sound and booze, if it.
I'm gonna put it on my goddamn.
oh, I got the
What?
human pyramid.
What's that?
Pyramid.
I get the bottom.